Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Was Hiding a Secret Quirk? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Yes, isn't Mr. Midoriya also planning to apply for Yui? The world buzzed like a hive of static hornets, noises ringing ceaselessly in Izuku Midoriya's ears. There was a dissonance between the almost ignorable noise and the flickering colors that infected his retinas. He could vaguely hear loud voices pushing through the static, juxtaposed against the snarling, glaring visage of Katsuki Bakugo. His friend, not a friend, not anymore, but he's too pathetic to admit it, can't even admit he has no friends. Classmate was screaming in his face, something coarse and derogatory, which Midoriya didn't even need audio clues to parse out. Really think you could ever be a hero, you a quirkless loser? A moment of clarity bled through, and Kaken's bellows rang unpleasantly in his ears. Izuku remembered after a moment to meet the furious red gaze, his eyes glassy and unfocused. Aye. There's nothing wrong with trying, right? His own voice was barely a whimper, strung out and strung up on fraying wires. He knew that he could be heard only because Kaken willed it. He knew that his words were the wrong ones to say, because explosions crackled in his face and forced him to flinch backwards. He knew that there was no such thing as a right answer when it came to Kaken, so there was no point in trying to conjure one. That's your FING problem, Deku. You often whine about trying and doing your best, but you and I both know that you're worthless, with your stupid sheet-eating smile and your garbage-offing dreams. Just F off already. I'm the only one in this shitty cesspool of a school that's gonna be a pro, and don't you FNG forget it. Midoriya vaguely noted the spittle that had flecked onto his desk, before twin eruptions rattled the whole thing and sent him shrinking back into his chair. He said something else, perhaps something agreeable, because Kaken's face twisted in an unpleasant manner before he stalked back to his seat. The world washed back into static, and Izuku Midoriya resumed staring numbly at his desk, counting the dots of ink that made up the cover of his notebook. An indeterminate amount of time seamlessly smoothed over him, his crowded thoughts twisting together underneath the cover of static to leave him silent and motionless. He barely succeeded in stifling his unconscious murmurs, his tongue sore from the last time he'd bitten it in an attempt to stem his idiosyncrasy. The blood on his toothbrush was worth not being mocked for thinking out loud. Lost in thought, he didn't even realize the class had begun emptying until a pair of explosive palms cracked against his desk, violently snapping him into reality. He glanced up with widened eyes, and found a scowl so familiar that it had long been etched onto the insides of his eyelids. Kaken. Shut the f up, Deku. It would have been a venomous hiss, if not for Bakugo's infamous lack of volume control. And stop calling me that stupid shitty nickname. We're not FNG kids anymore, you FING quivering idiot. But I guess you didn't get the memo, because you still FNG prance around with E. Kaken's hand darted out to twist in strands of mossy green curls, yanking Midoriya's head up and dragging a pained cry out of his throat. Clips in your hair like a goddamn toddler. It's time for your shitty butt to grow the F up, Deku. And the first step. Izuku gasped when the burning pressure on his scalp was relieved, slumping back into his chair only for a strangled, half-formed plea to escape when those same cruel fingers snatched up his notebook. Kaken, wait. Is to give up on your stupid shitty dreams. Sparks burst to life in Bakugo's clenched palm, scorching the notebook in his hand until the cover was curling and the pages were smoking. Izuku stared in something like disbelief, tears welled up in his eyes and tracking down his face in ugly blobs. He was shocked into motion when Kaken thundered over to the classroom's window, Izuku nearly falling out of his desk in a mad, uncoordinated scramble. If you really want a quirk so bad, Bakugo snarled, something twisted and almost gleeful in his bared teeth, a vicious mockery of a grin, then why don't you dive off the FNG roof and look for one in your next life? With a flick of his wrist, the ruined notebook plummeted out the window, landing with an audible splash in the pond beneath it. Maybe in your next life, you'll be born as someone who isn't shitty and hopeless. Izuku stood numbly in place, legs frozen in position to send him leaping to save his notebook. Streams of saline trickled down his face, his lips trembling and colorless. He barely reacted when Kaken brushed past him, rocking in place when a shoulder harshly knocked him out of the way. The slam of the classroom door echoed for a moment, before it was all consumed by static. But in the end it was all okay. Izuku didn't need Kaken to believe in him. He could endure the abuse and the mockery and the battering of his lifelong dreams. After all, he already knew it was better than what he deserved. Izuku Midoriya had worn the title Quirkless since his preschool days, when no sign of a manifesting quirk had ever come forth. His mother had taken him to a dozen doctors that had all reached the same conclusion. Despite all evidence to the contrary, Izuku Midoriya was truly without a quirk. He had watched his mother's hopes dim until they barely flickered, until she had taken him in her arms and cried, wishing things could be different. He too had shed tears during those tumultuous months. But they were for very different reasons. His dream to be a hero, his admiration for All Might, they had all but crumbled when, indeed, his quirk did manifest. Young as he was, he could not truly formulate the thoughts and words so as to properly describe what his quirk was. All he knew was that his quirk was something so horrible, so wretched and evil, that he could never use it again. Shaken by what he had come to think bitterly of as his curse, he had hidden under the guise of quirklessness, almost relieved to be absolved of the terror that slept under his skin. He had, at some points, attempted to learn about his power. He tested it under cover of dark and obscurity, where he was sure nothing would be damaged by it. Unfortunately, the damage to himself was harder to avoid. Nobody ever really questioned why he wore long sleeves and full pants year-round, or why he constantly had colorful clips haphazardly stuck in his hair. It was simply chalked up to his abnormalities, filed away with his quivering grins and straying attention. He was simply the quirkless weirdo loser, and that was easy enough to be. It was easier than acknowledging the crisscrossing latticework of scars underneath his clothing. It was easier than revealing why his presence made others uncomfortable, why everything about him felt dimmer and gloomier, a penumbra of hopelessness eclipsing the world in proximity. It was so much easier to dismiss his gaudy, childish accessories as strangeness than a last-ditch effort to keep all his color from leaching away and tearing the barely functional smile from his face. It was easier to see Kaken's face twisted in rage and awash with fury than to see it pale and drawn and lined with fear. But nothing had ever totally snuffed out the flame of his longing to help others. Nothing could be more noble than saving people from harm, saving them from fear. He spent as many moments of lucidity as he could studying heroes, their quirks and personalities and fighting styles and weaknesses and relationships with one another. He knew it would be next to impossible to be a hero without using his own power, which was why he had to know anything and everything there was that could give him even the slightest leg up. And perhaps, if he managed to stand on his own 2 feet among the brilliant, shining light of heroes, it would chase away the roiling darkness that constricted him from the inside out. A little more time, a few months and I can apply and everything will be better, it'll be better, I won't let Kaken ruin everything, I just have to. Izuku's distorted thought process leaked from between his teeth, surface-level thoughts surrounding him in a cloud as he attempted to work through the ones stewing deeper within. His ruined notebook was clutched in one hand, pages still damp from when he'd fished it out of the pond. To was salvageable, he lied to himself, too weak to simply throw it away and start it from scratch. The steady vibration of his own voice was grounding in a way that the distant sunshine and sound of cicadas never could be, which made it so much harder when he attempted to quell the nervous habit. He was quickly running out of things to cling to when his thoughts turned to static, leaving him numb and unaware of what happened around him. It was only the sound of his own voice that kept him in the moment, bouncing off the cement tunnel that surrounded him. But then another voice joined it, one that sent an icy shiver down his spine. "Ooh, now that's a pretty handy vessel you got there, kid. Say, why don't you keep those gums flap pin and make things easier on me? I promise to make it quick." Izuku had only a split second to look up before his entire world turned cloudy and green, a deathly chill permeating his clothes and crushing him inwards. His scream was muffled by fluids that rushed down his esophagus and through his nostrils, steadily forcing the oxygen from his thrashing body. He was dying, he was going to die. A villain had him, a villain that was choking him, and he couldn't draw breath, fluids filling his lungs and everything tingled and ached, his vision darkening as panic wailed in his mind. He was going to die, he was gonna die, he had to. What the hell? The villain's incredulous question swiftly bled into a warbling scream of agony, his liquid form vibrating wildly as the silhouette of Izuku Midoriya ballooned outwards, all humanoid features swallowed up by hard angles and bloated, twisted appendages. It thrashed and clawed apart the liquid prison encasing it, rending the villain to pieces even as he howled senselessly. Something dark was birthed in the air, 1,000 screaming voices blended together into the cacophony of death. Their wailing song filled the entire tunnel, shook every molecule, permeated every crack of existence with despair and terror. The criminal had one last moment of clarity before his form exploded into steaming chunks of coagulating sludge, his eyes popping and sizzling like overcooked sausages and his brain shriveling into a smoking lump. And Izuku Midoriya was left kneeling on the soaked concrete, his chest and abdomen heaving as he spat up mouthfuls of fluid mixed with his own bile. His hands trembled as he scraped his nails desperately against the concrete, frantic for something to pull him back into himself. His head rang like a fleet of gongs, 1,000 thoughts shrieking through his head, thoughts of horror and regret and disgust and self-loathing because he'd done it again, he'd hurt someone else, he'd become something horrible. Do not fear, citizen. For I am he. A thunderous declaration, ringing with confidence and charisma, came to a halt so abrupt that the aborted effort was left to ring off the tunnel walls. A monolithic form clad in a spandex uniform of bright, primary colors peered down the tunnel, a chiseled, grinning face quickly lining itself with concern upon spotting the splattered villain, and the middle schooler knelt among the remains. All Might swiftly compartmentalized the gruesome lumps of fried organ tissue and directed his laser focus to the trembling youth. Young man, fear not. You are safe now. Izuku's head snapped up in disbelief, wide, glassy green eyes widening painfully upon the sight of the number one hero in the flesh. In any other situation, his elation would have nearly torn him in half. But all he could feel was fear and panic. Had All Might seen what he'd become, seen his shame, his curse, his sin, his brain finally caught on the words spoken to him, and he managed to gasp out a reply around the urge to continue vomiting. I didn't All Might, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. All Might closed the distance in the blink of an eye, laying a gentle gloved hand on Midoriya's violently trembling shoulders. Calm down, young man, it's all right. You are safe now. His mind blanked on finding more comforting words, his deeply set gaze lingering to the surely deceased remains of the villain he'd been hunting before he returned it to the hysterically sobbing boy in front of him. He settled a steady grip on the boy's shoulder, hyper-aware of his swiftly dwindling time limit. It's all right, young man. I know you must be unsettled, but I promise everything is okay. I killed him, Izuku choked out, his haunted tone pulled down by 1,000 barbed hooks. His voice rang weakly down the tunnel, an echo of his crushing misery, an inverse of the screaming hatred that had previously swelled within. He could not see through his veil of tears, could barely feel the grip of gloved fingers around his shoulder, kept grounded only by his broken apologies as the world was washed in static. I'm sorry. The sun has only just begun to set, its blinding girth bloating from the curvature of the earth as it impacted the horizon. Fingers of orange light stretched across the darkening sky, casting long shadows across the earth while it yet remained to illuminate the ground. All Might could feel the sun at his back, the warm glow of late spring slowly transitioning to the humid heat of summer. And yet it was not enough to carve through the frigid shell that had locked him in place. The air hung damp and oily around him, moved only by the force of choked, dwindling sobs. The professional hero had moved to gently rub his palm against a trembling shoulder, his grip firm enough to keep the boy from collapsing, but loose enough to not feel demanding. He patiently waited out the storm of tears that had consumed the boy, and offered soft platitudes while simultaneously tracking his time and attempting to get a solid handle on the situation. There was a long moment of silence when Izuku's hiccups faded off into silent sniveling, his chest thick with exhaustion and terror both. When he had managed to scrape a handful of composure off the soiled ground, he glanced up to attempt to meet his idol's gaze, his eyes glazed and pupils quivering. "Are you going to arrest me?" The wrong words, he'd meant to say something, anything, a lie, tell him it's okay, feeling better, but his fear was too demanding. All Might blinked in shock, his neon blue pupils scanning the naked terror on the boy's face. "Let's not be too hasty now. You merely acted in self-defense, did you not?" He knew it wasn't what he should say, but he didn't know what he should say, hadn't ever encountered a situation like this before, but there was no possible way that he could pin a child with the weight of death. What kind of hero would that make him? Izuku made a twitchy motion that equated to nodding his head, his muscles feeling loose and alien. It was familiar in a dreamish way, which made a strange sort of sense. It was always a nightmare when he used his quirk. "Why's he attacked me, and I thought I was going to drown. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." All Might squeezed the boy's shoulder, his blinding grin softened into something meant to be comforting. For a moment he cursed his own stone-carved visage, wishing he could more appropriately express the reassurance the boy so sorely needed. "Can you tell me your name, young man?" Izuku blinked, momentarily jarred out of his downward spiral. The booming, confident voice wasn't as loud as he usually heard it on videos, but the solid weight to it was enough for him to latch on, to remember who he was talking to. He flushed enough to bring some much-needed life to his face, and slowly rose to stand. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya." He offered a barely stitched-together smile of thanks when he felt that sturdy hand assist in his ascension, feeling marginally less nauseous on his feet. "Well, young Midoriya, you have nothing to fear. You acted within your rights in self-defense. While it is true that the situation is unfortunate, and for a moment All Might seemed to dim, to almost match the haze that surrounded Izuku before his heroic light shone through again, you will not be held accountable. The fault lies with me. This is a villain I had previously captured and foolishly allowed to escape. You have my sincerest apologies." And for a moment the haze was gone because All Might had bowed, had apologized to Izuku, and he could feel his admiration blossom forth, and no matter how badly it had been stained it was genuine and filled every inch of him with a semblance of vigor. "Why, Mr. All Might, why, you don't have to apologize. It's my fault. I should have walked my normal route. It's really okay. Oh gosh, I really can't even believe I'm talking to you right now. It's kind of a dream come true, although this is kinda different than how I imagined, but it's still so wonderful to meet you. I'm such a huge fan and I always wanted to be a hero like you." And All Might boomed out a laugh, clapping young Midoriya on the back with enough force to send the boy rocking forward. "It's always wonderful to meet a fan. But, on a more serious note. What happened today was a very unfortunate accident, and I don't place any of the blame on you. But it's very important for a boy of your age to be very mindful of their quirk. You're at a volatile stage, and learning to control your power is paramount. Please, be sure to keep that in mind." All Might flashed a thumbs up, steamrolling through words as he practically felt the seconds slip away. He turned to leap heroically out of the tunnel. Izuku froze as if he'd been splashed with liquid nitrogen. His quirk All Might hadn't seen, right? There was no way, he had to have missed it. If he'd witnessed Izuku's shame, then surely the hero would have taken him into custody, or just smeared him across the pavement. Every inch of him trembled and sagged except for his smile, which fell in increments until only the underwire remained. He couldn't stay in the dark any longer. He had to know, had to ask All Might, had to be sure that everything he had ever dreamed wasn't worthless. All Might made the seamless transition from earth to sky with a rocketing burst of power, soaring unhindered through the air. At least until he noticed the hindering weight on his leg, his eyes widening at the sight of young Midoriya clinging on for dear life. "What the hey, this isn't a taxi service. Let go." Izuku shook his head resolutely, teeth gritted together to ignore the sting of windburn on his exposed face. It was nothing compared to the pain of uncertainty, the agony every time he had to see himself in the mirror, see his mangled torso and imagine it coming apart. All Might narrowed his eyes at the boy's bullheaded behavior, altering his trajectory in mid-air to take him down to the roof of a nearby apartment complex. He landed at a full stop, taking a moment to be sure young Midoriya hadn't been scraped across the roof before he peeled the boy off his leg. "Young man, that was very reckless of you, not to mention it's an obstruction of heroic duty." Izuku regained his bearings after a few moments of nausea, the sudden change in both speed and altitude leaving his empty stomach roiling in discomfort. His anxiety spiked at the hero's stern words, tears welling reflexively at the sound of a raised voice. He pushed past it with nothing but muddy handfuls of determination and tried to speak louder than the heart crashing into his ribs. "I'm really sorry, Mr. All Might, sir, but I have to ask you something very important. I have to know." Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, cutting off the swimming colors in his vision before they could disorient him. "I have to know. Is it possible to be a hero? Without using a quirk?" There was a moment when all he could hear was blood pulsing in his ears, the hammer blows of his heart leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. The only answer was the hiss of static, only it sounded more like steam. Midoriya cracked open one eye, planting his feet more firmly in an attempt to halt the shaking of his legs. He barely managed a glimpse of color before both eyes flew wide open, gazing intently at the gaunt, sickly-looking man in front of him. All Might grimaced heavily, the expression coming much easier from a face that seemed handcrafted for frowning. His uniform hung off him like a sheet, revealing swathes of the plain clothes he had on underneath. A heavy sigh worked its way past his teeth, which quickly became stained with blood when the sigh broke into a hacking cough. "Well, here's number 2 of the things I wasn't expecting today. I'd really appreciate if we could keep this between the two of us, kid." He finally looked up to gauge young Midoriya's reaction, only to find something unexpected. Once All Might had pushed past his own inadequacy, he could see the expected shock and disbelief in young Midoriya's face, but there was no confusion, no lack of understanding. He gazed past the cloudiness in expressive green eyes and found instead a bone-deep misery. There was an ache that twisted in his chest because no one so young should carry that sort of upset, like the whole world had fallen apart, and every shard he found had crumbled to dust in his hands. "Why, All Might?" Izuku attempted to put together the puzzle in his head with only a handful of pieces, jamming together cardboard squares so the gears in his head wouldn't just stop and grind their teeth to nubs. He puts on a smile, acts like he hasn't always known that everything is a lie and misery and fear are the only truths, cleared his throat, words bubbling up out of the cesspool in his rib cage. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you need a doctor?" For a long moment, the only thing All Might could do was stare, before he laughed. He could taste the copper on his tongue and feel the rattle in his chest, but the laugh was clear and genuine. "Geez, kid, I get the feelin' selflessness is more an obsession than a virtue for you, huh? I'm as fine as I can be, given the circumstances." Figuring that his hand was already laid out, All Might adjusted a few layers of fabric to reveal the twisted scar on his abdomen, deep and gnarled and debilitating. "This is a wound I got, around 5 years ago. The hit I took just about knocked my lungs out of commission and destroyed my stomach. Due to the medical complications, my power is lessened. I perform heroic duties for around 3 hours a day, and the rest of the time." He gestured plainly at himself, expression blank. "This is what I get to deal with." "Why you? 5 years ago?" Izuku breathed, the exclamation more to buy himself time to remember than anything. "There's no way Toxic Chainsaw did that." "Dedicated fan, I see. You're right, he didn't. The guy that did. It's kinda something that's out of the public eye for a reason. But to answer your question." All Might's expression turned grave, his voice falling with something almost bitter. "The men and women that risk their lives to protect ordinary people use every bit of the power they were given. They train tirelessly to push themselves, to not only succeed in the use of their quirks, but to excel. And even then, sometimes it's barely enough. Earlier, if you hadn't used your own quirk. In self-defense. I really hate to say it, but I'm not sure I would have made it in time. I know what happened was awful, but I don't want you to take the blame for it. With power like yours, I have no doubt you could be trained into an excellent hero, so don't feel ashamed or scared of your quirk. There are plenty of schools and academies that can teach you to use it properly. Every word was a gouging blade, cutting across the lines marking Izuku's torso until he was sure he'd unravel, left in a pile like scraps of meat ribbons. His eyes brimmed with fresh tears, hot and ugly and trailing down his face like salted slugs. How could he expect All Might to understand when he didn't even know? I want to help people and not feel scared. His voice, broken into chunks, was barely held together into decipherable sounds. That's a noble goal, but it'd be pretty difficult if you don't use your power to ensure the safety of others. Whatever you're thinking, whatever you're feeling, I promise it isn't that bad. If you can't wait to apply, then try looking into quirk counseling, alright? It's nothing to be ashamed of. All Might heaved a rattling sigh and performed a cursory inspection of young Midoriya's expression. Considering the wide, glassy eyes and trembling facial muscles, he doubted his words really got through to the kid. As much as empathy tugged at his chest, he couldn't micromanage every young hopeful with starry eyes and noble dreams. Get home safe, alright? All Might offered up a slightly pitiful-looking thumbs up before he made for the rooftop exit, the door slamming shut behind him. Izuku stared emptily at the metal door, static wailing in his ears. He was frozen in place for several long minutes before his bones fell apart like Lincoln logs and left him lying limp on the rooftop. He couldn't hear his own breathing, couldn't feel his own chest rise and fall. It was like he'd just sunken into the ground, pulled under by the grinding whisper of concrete and consumed by the maw of wet soil. Innumerable moments passed before Izuku could taste the wind again. Something buzzed in the back of his head, clearing thoughts in a devastating swathe. He puffed out a breath against the gravel rooftop, his face tacky from dried saline. After a moment of mental coaxing, he managed to stand, legs stiff as lead and half as solid. He turned towards the rooftop exit, silence enveloping him, and briefly considered taking Kaken's advice. Would the nightmare follow him even in death? Was that the secret to being free? Likely not, he decided. He still had dreams, as fragile and broken as they were. He'd press towards the light, until it either absolved him of pain or swallowed him whole. Either one was fine, he decided numbly. Why don't we head to the arcade so you can forget about that loser? One of Katsuki's lackeys suggested, a stupid-looking smirk on his face. Katsuki couldn't even remember which one he was. Those FNG extras weren't worth remembering anyway. Or we could sneak into the bar down by the station and pick up some chicks. The other one suggested, his voice raking against Katsuki's brain like steel talons. Idiot shithead, he was pretty sure that was the moron's given title at least, glanced at Katsuki with a leery grin, which only further stoked his blazing temper. Would you two just shut the F up? I'm so goddamn sick of your shitty FNG suggestions. Newsflash, genius. Guess what happens if I get caught FNG around in a bar trying to get my D wet? I don't get into you, that's F what? Bakuga's face twisted into a deathly scowl, his nostrils flaring as his chest heaved with anger. Idiot shithead took a step back, not far enough a-hole, and raised his hands protectively, an infuriatingly nervous smile on his face. Don't even open your mouth because I know something stupid is gonna come out. I'm really not in the mood, so both of you just F off. Dipshit fuckhole, the one with the gross but thumb, Katsuki vaguely placed, raised his voice in turn. Hey, come on Bakugu, just 'cause you're all pissy about your little Deku doesn't mean you gotta be an a-hole to us. Katsuki froze in place, his anger stalling before he managed to shift it into the next gear. His smile was dangerous, too many teeth on display as muffled crackles emitted from his clenched fists. I'm sorry, I think we've got some miscommunication here. You two don't have some kinda special fucking privilege, got it? I'll say whatever the F I want, and if you two sniveling fuckwads don't want to hear it, then go eat sheet. Katsuki glared them down with heaving breaths, every inch of him tensed like a spring-loaded firearm. And the two FING morons apparently had enough brain cells between them to have figured out not to F with him. He barked out a laugh so violent it was almost a shout when they left without a word, turning back down the alley they'd been cutting through. Fing idiot shitheads talking back. Who the F do they think they are? Katsuki turned to amble, hardly an amble from the rigid set of his shoulders and stomping footsteps, back towards his previous destination, intent on making it home on time to steal a serving of dinner to eat in his room and be F&G left alone to go to sleep. He made it halfway there when a head of ridiculous curls caught his eye, nearly black but still showing a shimmer of green in the sunlight. He could see those stupid F&G clips, and he could see the droop of weak little shoulders, and Katsuki felt his internal flame rev up in fury. If shitty Deku. Izuku halted so quickly it was as if he'd lost power, left to sit idly in the middle of the sidewalk as Kaken's shout cracked him across the back. He can't handle twice in one day, not after everything that had happened, but he knew running wouldn't help. So he merely sat in place, trembling and squeezing his eyes shut and wishing he could just go home and sleep. He could feel every footstep impact the pavement as though they were crunching on his skull, his teeth nearly chattering because the fear in his chest was too hot, too noxious, and his smile was barely holding on to threads. He had to do something, the thought flitted wildly through his head, and it was with animalistic desperation that he pivoted around to offer his sliver of a smile to a furious Bakugo. Kaken, please. Katsuki stopped in his death march for a moment, his head tilting in question, but even that was furious, the veins in his neck prominent and his teeth grinding together. Puff, that. If you're beggin' for mercy, it's not gonna Fang cut it. You really set me off today, and that's proof enough I need to kick your butt to put you back in your Fang place. Kaken, please, Izuku blurted again, his desperation flooding through the holes in his smile and seeping from the tear ducts in his sockets. Please, I'm sorry for making you angry, you can beat me up some other time, I won't even run away. Please Kaken, I'm just so tired, I'm so tired, I see can't. He poured every ounce of himself into his smile, his composure slipping as he dissolved into ugly sobs, heaving and exhausted and emotionally ravaged. Katsuki snarled in irritation at the pathetic pleas, explosions cracking in his open palm before the first sob ripped out of Deku's worthless little body. And it was enough to give him pause, because Katsuki couldn't count how many times he'd made Deku cry, how many times he'd seen obnoxious tears roll down his face with that stupid smile still in place. But Deku had never cried in great heaving gasps, frantically skiing in air just so he wouldn't drown in his own tears. That infuriating smile looked Fing wrong, barely even a smile, it only counted by the faintest technicality. For a second, his anger skipped a beat, leaving him silent and staring and unsure. And in Katsuki's eyes, that was even more grounds for being infuriated. Just shut the F up already. Your effing sobbing is disgusting and so are you. What, do you think you can be a Fing hero by crying whenever a villain threatens you? You'd be lucky if they even bothered to laugh before they effing killed you, you moronic shithead. Katsuki surged forward, slamming a palm into Deku's chest before the blubbering idiot could even move. He stumbled backwards and almost lost his balance, before realizing there hadn't been any fire behind the blow. Katsuki sneered at the lost look behind his shitty tears. Don't think that was me letting you off the hook, you shitty nerd. You're just too Fang pathetic and annoying to deal with today. So go off home and cry where I don't have to look at you. Izuku almost thanked him, because it was the closest thing to considerate that Kaken had been in 10 years, the last time being when he had only acted like he was going to throw Izuku's slice of birthday cake in the trash the day after he turned 13. But he knew how Kaken thought, how gratitude and concern made him explode with rage, so he only mumbled something incomprehensible and staggered away, breaking into a run when he was sure his chest wouldn't collapse from the force of his crying. Kaken's gaze burned into his back until he made it out of sight. Izuku's crying fit eventually ebbed off by the time he made it back to his apartment, and he spent a few minutes in front of the door wiping at his face until he didn't look like a total wreck. He managed to contort his face into something pleasant to greet his mother, and stumbled through a short conversation before falling into his room. The sight of his plethora of all-might memorabilia pinged through his chest like a ricocheting bullet, an endless reminder of the day's events. As if he ever would have forgotten anyway. Izuku collapsed into his bed, exhaustion creeping around the darkness that already consumed the edges of his consciousness. He managed a single self-deprecating thought before he fell asleep. In the 10 months leading up to the UA entrance exam, nobody really noticed anything different about Izuku Midoriya. There was little concern about him whatsoever, which for once proved to be an immense relief. Nobody said much when he began showing up with more and more clips in his hair, bright and gaudy and wholly out of place. Someone snickered for a few minutes when he began wearing neon-colored rubber bracelets that had been out of style for years, but otherwise it flew under the radar. His occasional muttering and constant scribbling were so commonplace that nobody paid attention to the 5 additional notebooks he carried around. Perhaps subconsciously there was notice of his diminishing vocal efforts. Even when addressed directly, he rarely said more than a few words, in sharp contrast to his previous, cautiously friendly demeanor. He didn't seem particularly angry or aggressive, but there was an unconscious warning hanging tattered from his shoulders that suggested for others to stay away. Even Kaken didn't spend much time tormenting him, ever since the day he'd first pulled a punch. Izuku could only remember one significant incident, when he'd shown up to school with various colorful stickers haphazardly applied to his face and Kaken had mocked him, but it was virtual radio silence compared to previous days. In some sense, Izuku was relieved. Being the constant target of negative attention had never been pleasant, even if there was a self-flagellating part of him that begged for it, demanded it to make up for the horror of his quirk. He wasn't even lonelier, really, considering he hadn't had any friends since he'd been 4 years old. The fact of the matter was, Izuku flourished in small, important ways when nobody noticed him. And it was with that strange confidence, the knowledge of social invisibility, that led to Izuku doing something he could never have imagined. Faced with the reality of destroying his own dreams if he never used his quirk, he had swallowed his fear in a single desperate moment, and decided to make a concerted effort to learn how to use it. It couldn't just be him locked in a terror coma and destroying everything around him. There had to be more to it than destruction, than the unraveling of his muscle fibers and the rearranging of his insides and the marks that tore apart his torso like angry, puckered scars that he wasn't even sure were real, didn't know if they only existed in his own visual feedback. It was 7 months before he even came close to a breakthrough. Every brain-rattling, soul-shattering moment he spent with his quirk activated had never failed to lead to extreme nausea and a disorienting disconnect from his own body afterwards, never mind the complete lack of awareness when he was using it. He could only remember glimpses and flashes, howling voices and something wet, pulsating, covered in spines that dripped with fluid. He'd taken to practicing on an abandoned beach-turned-dumping yard, figuring that nobody would notice if a bunch of trash got destroyed or knocked around. His first time using it, he'd nearly shaken out of his own skin, and woke up surrounded by flakes of rust that had once been abandoned appliances, and the sight of a half-dozen dead fish washing up on shore. It took 2 weeks before he was brave enough to do it again. Every time felt hopeless, scraping away at his insides and leaving him sick with fear and exhaustion until all he wanted to do was cry and sleep for the rest of his life. It was during that 7th month that his frustration and anger had boiled over, his head flaring with a toxic concoction of rage and fear that left him surrounded by a crater of sand, and with a quarter of the garbage on the beach turned to dust. He realized, with the sort of clarity that only came when he was removed from his own twitching, vomit-soaked body, that his quirk was somehow modified by intent. He'd been angry, and thus he'd been destructive. It wasn't much to go on, but it was something more than the dread festering inside of him, making him wish he was anyone else, making him wish he really was quirkless so he could at least give up with no regrets. It was hope that pushed him to break himself apart over and over, to feel woozy and fuzzy for almost every waking moment that he could excuse it, all for the sake of being something more. Because hating himself would be worth it, if he could make sure nobody else ever felt the fear that he did. The day of the entrance exam dawned with blisteringly cold winds and overcast skies, rendering the world a muted gray that washed out the natural vibrancy of color. The wind was swift and biting, nipping harshly at any ounce of exposed flesh that it could find and leaving it red and stinging. Luckily, Izuku had been obsessive about checking the weather in the week leading up to the exam, and had purchased a scarf marked in nauseatingly bright pinks and yellows to keep his face from freezing. It clashed horribly with the black of his school uniform, but he knew well enough that it served a much higher purpose than being fashionable. Even so, he had at least made an effort to brush his hair and line his clips up neatly on either side of his head, a rainbow of color marking both sides. He'd placed clusters of tiny stickers underneath his ears, hoping that his scarf and hair would keep them mostly concealed. The potential embarrassment of being mocked for his poor fashion was nothing compared to the relief it provided him. He'd have dumped buckets of paint over his head if he'd thought it would be sufficient to lessen the burden of the shadows that clung to his limbs. The train he'd taken was populated with scatterings of other examinees, and he shrunk down in his seat the entire time to avoid garnering any attention. Much to his relief, Kakin hadn't been on the same train, and everyone else had paid him no mind. Staring at his impersonal phone feed was mildly depressing, but it was better than having to make eye contact or small talk. The walk up to the building itself was nerve-wracking, and Izuku struggled to divert energy into walking while also staving off a panic attack. Of course, his usual method of internal pep talk boiled down to listing the absolute worst-case scenarios, which oddly helped mellow him out. If he imagined being struck by a meteor or having villains string him up like butcher's stock, it took the edge off his nerves about the exam. It was foolproof. At least until he lost focus and began muttering out loud, several vaguely morbid statements intertwined with useless trivia knowledge slipping free without his say-so. Guttermouth would probably single us out considering her quirk is more suited to single targets, so she might bring Javelian. Wait, wasn't he from the Silver Age? Oh gosh, I hope I didn't get my timeline mixed up, but I was so sure she was in the same era. He noticed about 4 seconds too late that the laces on his bulky red sneakers had loosened, and he was left staring at the upcoming ground with dull acceptance. For quite a while, actually. You alright? A female voice called out to him in a tone more cheerful than any he'd ever heard directed at him before. His immediate reaction was to assume it was mockery, and she had caught him by the backpack and was going to drop him as soon as he looked up. Sorry about, using my quirk on you without permission. Steady hands gently righted him, before the tug of gravity pulled him back onto his own feet. He stared up with bulging eyes at the sweetly smiling girl in front of him, and vaguely admired her hairstyle. I just figured you wouldn't mind not hitting the ground. Something in her voice, it was teasing, but not malicious. She hadn't hurt him, or made fun of him, but she was teasing. So was she making a joke? Not at his expense? Izuku stared at her in a sort of dazed wonder, before reality snapped him like a rubber band. Sorry, thank you very much. His face didn't know what kind of smile to pull itself into, so it just became something half thankful and half terrified. No problem. She soothed, her genuine grin making him feel both inadequate and strangely warm inside. Hey, good luck on the exam. See you inside. She performed a cutesy little wave and bounced away, leaving him awestruck in place. He made a strangled noise when she was already 20 feet away, and managed to make his legs move about 5 seconds after. Unfortunately, the foot hooking in front of his leg helped to undo his tentative balance, sending him crashing straight into the bricks underneath him. He landed half on his face and half on one hand that skidded from the impact, leaving the palms stinging and his forehead aching. Better if NG pay attention, Deku. That's just a taste of the sheet you'll be eating later. Izuku managed to recover in time to see Kakin's spiky hair enter the building, his heart pulsing pathetically in his chest. He rose with slow, controlled movements and quietly waved off a few words of concern from other test takers around him. Kakin couldn't slow him down anymore. He'd get up, and he'd keep moving, even if it killed him. Izuku eventually shuffled into the orientation room, a fair-sized antechamber. He was pretty sure it was an antechamber, not that he was really too knowledgeable about architecture, filled with numerous seats in front of an open stage. He noticed with a spike of panic that the majority of them were already filled, and he scurried to take one far away from Kakin. Before long someone came up on stage, Present Mike, Izuku's hero research compartment supplied, and began greeting them with so much enthusiasm that Izuku wasn't sure if it was forced or not. Either way, it garnered no reaction, but Present Mike moved on without breaking stride. It was oddly admirable, even if his loud and over-the-top presentation hurt Izuku's ears. Strangely enough, Present Mike kept the explanation pretty succinct, even if he threw in some wacky lingo that Izuku vaguely recalled hearing from his radio show. The explanation was interrupted partway by an extremely loud and terse boy that Izuku didn't recognize, but the stern, bold demeanor made him wilt a little at the thought of what the rest of the competition would be like. Well, he already knew, didn't he? If there was anyone even remotely like Kaken, then he was pretty sure he'd just pass out before the exam began. No, he had to be smart. To be clever. His quirk, however he could use it to his advantage without hurting others, he would. He'd spent hundreds of hours learning as much as he could about heroes, and quirks in general. He had over 1,000 pages filled with theories and strategies and tactics that he'd burned into his brain, helping him avoid reliance on a powerful quirk alone. He just had to think of it as an asset, instead of something to be afraid of. If he would conquer the terror, he would reign in his fear, and he'd use it for something good, something better than he ever could without it. He could feel sparks of determination in his veins, the kind of thing that made his limbs shake with anticipation instead of dread. He would. Every ounce of tentative determination in Izuku Midoriya's guts was swallowed whole by roiling stomach acids, his stomach battering the rest of his internal organs as he stared up at the gigantic gate that would lead them into the city block-sized testing area. He was surrounded by at least 50 other applicants, the vast majority of them looking cool, calm, collected, and confident. He could already feel sweat beading under his hideously mismatched sweatsuit, his smile teetering back and forth. Everyone else looked so well heroic. He probably just looked like a colorblind idiot that had no idea what to do with his hair. He scratched gently underneath his ear, fingers trembling as he brushed the slick surface of the stickers. Something bright, something colorful, something on him that didn't make everything around it worse. He glanced up for a moment, eyes catching on the same girl that had helped him out front. She probably didn't even realize he'd eaten pavement regardless, but it was the thought that mattered. He nervously brushed his scraped palm against the leg of his pants and made a tentative approach. "Hey!" A voice cut through the chatter, but did not silence it. That could only mean it was directly behind him. Izuku flinched around to locate the source, blanching when he saw the same stern, humorless face that had interrupted the orientation. "What do you think you're doing, going to bother that girl? Can't you tell she's preparing for the exam? Are you attempting to get her off balance, to lessen the competition?" He raised his head at an angle, sunlight glinting off his glasses in a bizarrely menacing display. A vague part of Izuku wanted to point out that the guy was jumping to a lot of conclusions very quickly, but the rest of him realized that the guy was dizzyingly tall and muscular, so instead he squeaked something in fear, tears already budding forth. "I just wanted to thank her for..." His defense was cut short the moment Present Mike put himself back over the airwaves, his voice as loud and wild as it had been before. At least there were no acoustics outside, Izuku reflected with mild optimism, which soon became wild panic when he realized he'd completely zoned out and everyone was already running into the course, and wasn't there supposed to be some kind of countdown or something? His upper body threw itself into action before his legs even remembered to move, and he ate cement for a second time that morning. For a moment he wanted nothing more than to just sob into the ground and go home, maybe shift his aspirations towards gardening, where he at least couldn't make himself look stupid. But he had to move forward, he had to chase. The light, he couldn't let it slip away without even trying. Izuku burst into action with a choked cry, launching himself low across the ground before even properly righting himself. It wasn't fast enough to catch up, but he could at least get in and clean up any enemies that have been left behind. If he couldn't be the eagle, then he would be the vulture. That poetic line of thinking ground to a swift and sudden halt as a robot burst through the fabricated storefront just 10 feet in front of him, sleek and mobile and about 4 times his size. He blanched at the realization that he couldn't exactly use his quirk without losing most of his basic motor functions and all of his breakfast afterwards, and ducked away with a shriek when the automaton buzzed towards him. But something else buzzed as well, a high-pitched noise that was instantaneously followed by the robot bursting into scrap in an explosion of dazzling light. Izuku whipped his head around to see a boy with extremely carefully coiffed hair and a giant silver belt around his waist that was slowly dimming in the center. He managed a questioning noise when the boy winked at him, his voice rising in something of a French accent. Bonjour, mon ami. Gracias for the assist, I like your hair clips too. Such a shame I won't be seeing much of you from now on. The boy laughed and skipped away, firing brilliant lasers down a side street. Isn't that Spanish? Midoriya wondered out loud because his thought processes had hit a fatal snag, until the sound of further explosions sent the gears whirring. He didn't have any points, it had been like 4 minutes and he hadn't done anything. He spun around to look for a route that wasn't littered with robot cadavers, only to spot the same girl that had helped him earlier. She had half a dozen of the enemies suspended in the air, and she made a very deliberate motion to send them crashing and exploding back to Earth. A gravity quirk? His mind supplied extremely unhelpfully. He was utterly overwhelmed by the increasing sounds of battle around him, his arms itching and his fingers shaking, and he just needed a minute, 1 minute, he just needed to think without something loud and terrifying happening. His prayers were answered when the tide of robots stemmed and sputtered out, students glancing around warily. He was probably the first to spot it, he realized dimly. After all, he was the only one shaking in bone-rattling terror at the sight of the. He wasn't very good with judging height, but the buildings around him averaged at about 12 stories, and considering that the robot was at least a story and a half taller, 137-foot tall metal abomination that had just emerged from the ground and knocked over several buildings. The resulting dust storm was enough to catch the other applicants' attention, a cacophony of conversation bubbling for a few moments before it popped, and they scattered. Izuku should have done the same, should have turned tail and looked for greener pastures because it was worth 0 points, but he was frozen in place and he was going to fail if he didn't get even a single one. He would fail, a useless, worthless failure, just like Kaken said he was always right, always, always, always. Help! Izuku emerged with a gasp from his spiraling panic, his chest thumping with uneven breaths at the sound of a call for assistance. His gaze tore through the street, stopping on the same gravity girl trapped underneath a massive piece of rubble. His heart skipped at least 100 beats because he was sure it had stopped. Why couldn't she lift it? Was she injured? The 0 point was coming and he had to. Izuku sprinted down the street with as much speed as his gangly legs could take him, swift and sure-footed in a way he could never manage when he actually paid attention. He moved on autopilot, his conscious mind steeling itself for the battering it was about to take. He skidded across the concrete and stopped in front of the girl, staring down at her with wide, glassy eyes. She stared up as well, confused and hopeful, and, "Close your eyes, and don't open them until I say to, no matter what you hear." His voice held more gravitas than it ever had before, frayed wires wrapping together into something sturdier, something that played at true solidity, but it was enough. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, and Izuku allowed fear to consume. Ochako Uraraka screwed her eyes closed as tightly as she could, her heart hammering in her chest. She waited for something, an explosion or a burst of light or some sort of indication that a quirk had been activated, but all she heard was wailing, a chorus of howling upset that drilled into her brain, her breath coming in shallow pants and her heart thumping until she was sure it would pop. The voices bloated the air around her, the flat colors swimming behind her eyelids turning into starbursts of ghoulish silhouettes. It felt like she was dying, the terror so thick and tarry in her throat, whimpers unheard over the cacophony that plucked at her limbs with razor wires, but she couldn't move, couldn't stand, couldn't breathe. And she had to keep her eyes closed, because if she didn't the nightmare would get her too. Every camera set up in Battle Center be short-circuited at the same time. The images fuzzed and glitched and went dark, blackening the faculty's view of the events taking place. There was a brief fumble to restore connection, the screens fuzzing back into view. Where Point Zero had once stood, near invincible and nigh indomitable, was a mere shell of metal enshrouded in a cloud of dust. The towering 137 feet of titanium alloy had been eaten away, reduced to rust and hunks of brittle metal that barely cleared 20 feet. The entire thing looked as though the ravages of time had intensified 1,000-fold, reducing it to nothing but ruin in seconds. The faces of the buildings on either side of it had met a similar fate, piles of sand and concrete, dust the only sign that the buildings had ever been whole. All Might stared at the stabilizing video feed in dead silence, the rest of the UA staff practically invisible around him. He frantically consulted the list of applicants in Battle Center B, but none of them had a quirk capable of such wanton destruction in such a short amount of time. His eyes caught on a name that burned recognition into his retinas, his fingers tightening on the edges of the paper. Midoriya Izuku. Examinee number, registered quirk, quirkless. That was impossible. He'd seen the results of the boy's quirk firsthand. He'd had to fabricate a story about the slime villain getting away, so that the teary-eyed boy wouldn't inadvertently ruin his own life. What the heck is this, some kinda misprint? His voice was a low hiss, not loud enough to draw attention but with enough volume to vent a little frustration. Whatever weirdness was going on, All Might really hoped it didn't turn out to be unnecessarily convoluted. Whoa, did you see that? What the heck happened? Whose quirk was that? No idea, but it must be crazy strong. Tenya Ida allowed the inquiries and exclamations of his fellow examinees to swirl around him like a tide pool, one shaking hand moving to carefully adjust his already impeccably balanced glasses. From what he could hear, no one else had even seen the quirk responsible for destroying the 0-point enemy, himself included. But Ida had seen the boy responsible. The one with the poorly coordinated tracksuit. He had been the only one moving towards the hulking machine. But why would he? A flash of brown hair caught his eye, and he was struck with recognition upon catching sight of the girl from earlier, the one that colorful tracksuit had been going to bother. She hadn't been running with everyone else, had she been waylaid? Had that boy run back to save her? She looked physically unharmed, but her face was ashen and she looked as if she might be sick at any moment. And the boy Ida winced and raised his gaze a few degrees. Well, the boy certainly had no qualms about being sick. He just didn't understand. A boy with such a powerful quirk. How had no one even caught a glimpse? Izuku Midoriya could feel the static on his tongue. Every sensation was wrong, flowing in a gelatinous lump like crystallizing syrup. He was vaguely aware of the blood-tinged vomit dripping down his chin, his lip busted open and one of his teeth cracked from a third impact with the ground. Objectively, he knew of these things, but they were distant, like watching grainy footage of old wars in history class. It was real, but it couldn't touch him. The flow of time and his physicality existed on a different plane to his swimming consciousness. The only link was his voice, hoarse and cluttered with adhesive gunk and desperately repeating the same syllables. Open your eyes, open your eyes, open your eyes, open your... The mantra felt important, beyond serving as his grounding. It was a favor, maybe? He was doing someone a favor, they had listened and now he had to let them know, because he had said he would. It was only fair. All right. Something, a snippet of another voice, its gentle strings wound tight and pulled him congruent with the accepted reality. There was an alignment, Izuku's senses slotting and clicking into place until he could see the swirl of fluids on the dusty concrete, and he could feel his bleeding palms and the ache in his tooth and his lower lip oozing blood. His hearing was the last to return, quietly slinking in once the nauseating scent of bile had already turned his stomach. Should fix you right up, honey? He vaguely felt a firm pressure press against the top of his head, and there was a part of him that wanted him to make sure he hadn't lost any clips from his hair. He glanced up in confusion, everything still moving a few frames behind, and the world dimmed as if the sun had gone out when he caught sight of an older woman in a nurse's uniform. Recovery do, he slurred, the stars in his eyes lopsided. The ingrained knowledge of her quirk allowed him a moment to prepare himself when his limbs weakened, the crack in his tooth sealing up along with every other cut and abrasion on his body. Once the buzz of pain was removed, his awareness snapped into place, the world becoming whole once more. That girl, is she all right? Izuku questioned breathlessly, swaying up onto his own 2 feet and glancing around frantically. The sight of her, leaning against a chunk of machinery with not a single scratch on her relief, blossomed clear and warm in his chest. Recovery Girl's reassurances went unheard as he staggered over towards her, one arm trembling as he raised it in greeting. Are you feeling? Her gaze, wide and glazed, snapped towards him the moment he started speaking. She was pale and shaking, flinching reflexively when he moved forward. Izuku could see it in her eyes. The same thing he saw in the mirror, whenever he forgot not to look. He could see her fear, and it shattered his insides into dust. Every molecule of positivity erupted like firecrackers, a crawling tingle that lived far beneath his skin. Every lump of tissue in his chest had vacated and left him absolutely hollow. All he had left was his own stuttering breaths, aching and raw and never pulling in the oxygen he needed to halt the chaotic spinning of his head. Tears spilled down his face in revolting gushes, facial muscles twitching and trembling with effort. He had to smile. He had to, or it was all over, and he could feel the wires snapping and one side of his mouth could just barely move, but it was still there, still barely in one piece, and he'd move forward, and he'd fall, and he'd rise to his feet spitting blood until he couldn't see through the tears. Emissary, he choked out in a whimper, turning on a heel to sprint and trip and stumble, and he had to leave. He just needed a minute, just needed to think. Izuku's shoes slapped the pavement as he bolted from the testing area, his back turned but the haunted gaze he'd created burning behind his tear-stained eyeballs. The following 7 days existed solely as a block of rotten time, dark and odorous and sickening. Izuku lived through them in a strange catatonia, interspersing long PRDs of static with bursts of manic depression. When his head would clear, he would pace back and forth, digging a rut into his carpet as self-hatred stained the walls. There were brief PRDs where he would sob under his covers, absolutely certain that he had failed the exam, he hadn't gotten any points, he would never succeed, never be more, never escape the torture of his cursed quirk. And other times he would grit his teeth and scratch lines down his arms, angry at himself and the world, furious that all his hard work was worthless because he just wasn't lucky enough, just wasn't born right. He'd stand in the bathroom with his shirt off, tracing angry scars with his nails and half wishing to carve them open and release the evil trapped under them. He'd torn down one of his All Might posters in a fit of rage, and spent an hour unable to stop crying when its scraps were left on his floor. He hadn't had enough tape to put the whole thing back together, and he'd already spent his allowance on more colorful accessories, hoping they would be enough to keep him in one piece. He shoved the remains of the poster away in one of his desk drawers and pretended it didn't matter. The only time he ever felt even close to normal was when he had to pretend for his mother. It ripped at his heart to feed into her denial, to act the shy, loving son who didn't hate himself. It wasn't that he didn't love his mother, but the disconnect was so strong that sometimes he wasn't sure if all of his behaviors around her were artificial or not. It was almost like flipping a switch, the manner in which he engaged her in light conversation and shared old jokes and asked after her hobbies, when only minutes before he had been hardly able to think through the fuzz in his head. Whatever the case was, as long as she didn't push past his delicate web of lies, things would be okay. The 7th day was spent huddled in the living room, notebooks sprawled on his lap and a pen digging into his fingers from his white-knuckled grip. He didn't. His chances of getting into UA were slim to none, but he had to prepare for the worst, best case scenario. If by some fluke of universal constants he made it in, then he had to be ready. He had feverishly researched information about the school's staff online, but the information present had been frustratingly vague. He knew of heroes like Present Mike, Ectoplasm, and Cementos, but their particular quirks and his vague sketches of their behavioral patterns didn't sound too threatening. He had to worry about anyone that would see through him, that wouldn't be simpler to trick, who wouldn't accept whatever lies he came up with on the spot. Unfortunately, the majority of popular pro-heroes were intelligent and likely adept at seeing through lies from so many brushes with villainy, so he simply had to rely on his own lack of social graces and anxiety to give him some sort of safety net. All he had to do was make sure. "Izuku, sweetie, there's mail for you." His mother's voice cut through his haze of frantic thoughts, and he spent half a moment staring into the air with a blank expression before he stumbled off the couch and lurched towards the door. "Izuku, it's your test results." His eyes went wide enough to nearly erupt from his head, and he narrowly avoided slamming into the opposite wall when he skidded into the entranceway of the apartment. His mother stood with the letter in hand, face already turned to smile encouragingly at him with pinpricks of tears in the corners of her eyes. He accepted the letter with trembling hands, the wax seal burning a hole in his retinas. Thanks so much. I'm just gonna go look at this in my room, okay, thank you, Mom. He hugged her around the neck with one arm before tearing back to his room, scooping up his notebooks and slamming the All Might decorated door behind him. Izuku's breathing was harsh and deafening in his ears, the frantic rhythm a welcome reprieve from hissing white noise. He brushed a fingertip across the seal on the letter, dreading the future within it. It would change everything. It would either put his dreams in danger or completely destroy them. He couldn't imagine either one being worse than the other. But he had to. Izuku ripped open the letter with trembling fingers, a little round device clattering onto the surface of his desk. He flinched when it burst into light and color, illuminating the dark of his bedroom with All Might's staggering visage. Kiblam, I am here, in holographic video form. Isn't that neat? It was a pre-recorded video, depicting All Might in front of some gaudy background. The hero glanced off-screen, perhaps receiving instructions from someone else. Ahem, well. Young Izuku Midoriya, you passed the UA's written exam with flying colors. Congratulations. Unfortunately, you earned 0 combat points in the practical exam. It'd be poor taste to congratulate him for that, right? All Might questioned off-screen, receiving an unheard response. Well edited in post, then. Anyway. Fear not, young Midoriya. There's something I think you'd like to see. Another video burst to life in the corner, depicting the same girl he had saved, the same one he had other way. She appeared rosy-cheeked and lively again, approaching Present Mic with a sheepish look on her face. Izuku could barely breathe because she was okay, she wasn't terrified or withdrawn, and he could barely even fathom it, couldn't understand what it was like to be afraid and have it end, for the terror not to linger at the fringes forever and ever. Excuse me, Mr. Present Mic? Sorry to interrupt, but do you remember the boy with messy hair and all the, she gestured at the sides of her head, all the clips? Had lots of freckles and an ugly tracksuit? I wanted to ask if it'd be alright if I maybe gave him some of my points from the exam? I could see how hard he was trying, and he even gave up on his chance to earn points to save me. And her face fell from its previous exuberance into something quiet and almost ashamed. I think I might have accidentally upset him after he saved me, and I really didn't mean to. And I think he really deserves to pass. The video paused, nothing more than a smear of color due to the sheen of tears that blurred Izuku's vision. He twisted one hand in the fabric of his shirt, the tactile sensation just barely keeping him in one piece. No one had ever spoken up like that for him before, had ever cared enough to ask after him, to want to help him. He swallowed down a sob when All Might began speaking again. Seems you made quite the impression, does it not? You, young Midoriya, have made your selflessness known in a big way. All Might turned to face the camera directly, his chiseled face pulled into a shining grin. For you see, the practical exam was not graded on combat prowess alone. A second factor was voted on by a panel of judges, once your actions were reviewed and corroborated by your fellow examinees. And for that reason, I am proud to say you passed with 60 rescue points. All Might flashed a thumbs up, every inch of him glowing with that heroic light, the light Izuku had sought so desperately, the light that was now within his reach. You passed the exam, Izuku Midoriya. Your heroic bravery and selflessness will be good a fit with us, here at UA. How did you do it? Izuku grunted as his back met rough brickwork, his clothes too flimsy to cushion the scrapes he was sure he'd find later. How the F did you do it? He flinched, ears ringing, as an explosion scorched the brick beside his head. His heart was thundering into already aching ribs, the skin above surely bruised in several places. What kind of fucking sneaky cheater bullshit did you plan? Kaken's voice rose and fell chaotically between an enraged hiss and a furious shout, his soot-stained fist twisted in the fabric of Izuku's collar. Tell me how AF quirkless loser made it. Kaken, Izuku coughed around the stench of ignited nitroglycerin, his hands flat against the wall behind him because he knew if he dared to touch Kaken he might lose a few fingers. Tears cut through the thin layer of dust on his cheeks, and he attempted to make eye contact through the impairment. His lips were pulled into a wretched facsimile of a smile, inked with pain and upset but still barely marked in place. Just let me explain dash. Kaken's free. Hand snapped forward, nails digging into Izuku's chin and cutting crescent moons into the skin. Furious red pits stared into his glassy eyes, a moment of silence passing before he was twisted around and shoved forward, stumbling to his hands and knees on the concrete. F-I-N-G talk then. And keep it short. If you start with your effing mumbling, I'm gonna rip your goddamn tongue out. Midoriya spent a moment watching tears darken the pavement in tiny splotches, before he dared to rise onto his own 2 feet. He winced at the ache in his ribs, but managed to stand straight and shuffle around to meet Bakugo's gaze again. During the practical exam, I helped a girl, who had gotten stuck under rubble. They gave me rescue points, and it was enough to help me pass. It was as close to the truth as possible, trimmed and edited and short enough that hopefully Kaken wouldn't explode with frustration. Wishful thinking as always, Midoriya mused, when familiar fingers lifted him by his collar. You smug little worthless effing shitty Deku. What do you think's gonna happen when they find out you don't have a quirk, you shithead F nerd? You're gonna be out on your scrawny little butt in 10 seconds flat. But you knew that, didn't you? You knew, and you still sabotaged me. I was the only one. It was supposed to be me and no body else. But you just had to ruin that, didn't you do? You worthless ingrate. Kaken had pressed in close enough that Izuku was more worried about being bitten than exploded, and he could smell traces of Kaken's lunch on his breath. If I do get expelled, then it'll just show all the other students firsthand how much better you are, right? Izuku left his gaze pointed vaguely in Bakugo's direction, sifting through thoughts to put together something he had hardly ever dreamed of, an argument that would appease his former not anymore and you know it, childhood friend. Why you can tell them about how much of a shitty Deku I am, and it'll just make sense if I get kicked out, alright? His heart twisted in his chest, chunks of it peeling off to flutter around and crowd his rib cage. Why you don't even have to do anything to prove you're better than me. It'll just fall into place and everyone will know. Kaken stared at him for several long, nerve-wracking moments, his usual fury twisted into something that Izuku couldn't read. Nerves popped like blisters in his chest, because if he couldn't read Kaken then he didn't know what he was thinking, didn't know if he had messed up and ruined his chance. I know exactly what you're trying to pull, Deku. Izuku's heart stopped, a cold, worthless lump in his chest. But you do make a point. Your own inadequacy is more embarrassing than anything I could ever do to you. Izuku choked on a gasp when the hand around his collar shoved him backwards, shoes scraping against concrete as he attempted to stay upright. Surprisingly enough, Kaken left. Without another word, his posture no more tense and agitated than usual. Had Izuku actually convinced him? Surely not. Surely it was just a cruel lie. Surely Kaken would turn around any second and make him hurt, make him cry for ever being stupid enough to think he could get away. But Izuku was left alone to ache and lick his wounds, to make an attempt at calming the spinning in his head, to mash together the pulp of his heart and hope it began to beat again. Still have a combined total of 427 free pages left between journals 13.5 to 18, which probably won't last much longer depending on the volume of my classmates and the complexities of their quirks and personalities. Izuku muttered at half-awareness as he fumbled to knot his uniform tie, the end result looking mangled and incorrect, but at least it would stay put. He washed his hands in the sink for the 3rd time, carefully avoiding the colorful bandages that covered the scrapes on his hands. He'd already done his hair, washed and conditioned the night before and carefully brushed that morning, 12 clips on either side of his head lined up in inverse rainbows of warm colors on one side and cool colors on the other. His bulky red shoes had been defaced with dozens of stickers, because he was sure he couldn't get away with having them on his face. At least his uniform was much more vibrant and colorful than what he wore to middle school, the sleeves of his undershirt loose and breathable, and the jacket light enough to not feel constricting. It was a healthy change, he decided, carefully patting his face to bring some blood to his cheeks. It helped to make him look more approachable and less depressing. Izuku, sweetie, you're going to be late if you don't hurry. Izuku jolted out of his quiet musings, nearly slipping on tile in his rush to exit the bathroom and scoop up his backpack. He flashed what felt like a loving smile to his mother, and caught her eyes shimmer before he reached for the door. Izuku. Wait, before you leave. I just wanted to say that I'm proud of you, honey. The sincerity, the adoration, the pride and affection and reassurance on her face. Izuku wiped at his eyes with a sleeve, and returned his mother's beatific smile with something warm and bright. Thank you. He flung open the apartment door, backpack straps digging into his shoulders, and threw himself into the morning sunlight. UA's campus, in Izuku's eyes, was a perfect reflection of the hero's light that he so desperately sought. It was a shining monolith of reflective glass, its halls open and light and breathable in a way his middle school never was. For the moment he didn't feel stifled, didn't feel the dreadful certainty of misery waiting for him behind closed doors. Perhaps it was because he was preoccupied by panicking about his potential lateness, the empty halls a telling sign that everyone else in his class was probably already present and waiting. He had to make a good first impression, had to do whatever he could to entrench himself, had to last as long as possible before everything crashed down around him. There was a chance, he thought, that things could work out. One completed semester would be above and beyond his expectations, and it might be just enough to help him stand on 2 feet. He'd have a taste of formal training and veteran expertise to help shape him, a base from which to grow. And that was the only thought that gave him enough drive to slide open the massive wooden door of Class 1A, his smile twitching but whole. Put your feet on the ground this instant. How disrespectful can you be, treating the property of this prestigious school like trash on your first day? A voice that rang with authority and a peculiarly bureaucratic sort of outrage slammed into Izuku the moment he opened the door, and he paled at the sight of the bespectacled boy from the exam attempting to lecture a smug-looking Kaken. Hey, I'm only giving it what it deserves. Must be a trash school after all, if they let screaming shitballs like you apply. Kaken pointedly scuffed the heel of his shoe across the top of the desk, his grin toothy and threatening. The boy in front of him puffed up like a bird, only to exhale pointedly. That I believe we've gotten off on the wrong foot. My name is Tenya Ida. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He stiffly extended a hand, only to have Bakugo bark out a laugh. Can't even stick to your guns? Katsuki Bakugo will be a pleasure to wipe the floor with your shitty face. Bakugo leaned his chair back on 2 legs, gaze wandering elsewhere, as if Ida wasn't even worth paying attention to anymore. Ida recoiled in shock, an exaggerated motion that seemed entirely genuine, if the clear bewilderment on his face was any indication. A direct threat. We're supposed to be classmates, you can't just dash. Blow it out your butt, Bakugo muttered, his wandering gaze flickering over to the door only to lock eyes with a quivering Izuku. Furious red eyes narrowed into slits, but he had no chance to speak up before Ida followed the turn of his head. Ah, it's you! Tenya's exclamation was enough to have every colorful head in the room turn in Izuku's direction, his social invisibility ripped to shreds in an instant. He blanched around his increasingly anxious smile, raising a hand in greeting. Greetings, my name is Tenya Dash. I heard, Izuku interrupted, waving his hands in a placating manner to halt Ida's incredibly intimidating march in his direction, as well as whatever lengthy introduction may or may not have followed it. I am Izuku Midoriya. Are really nice to meet you. He stared cautiously at the silvery sheen of Ida's glasses, rendering his gaze unreadable, before the other boy nodded respectfully towards him. A pleasure to meet you as well, Midoriya. I'm pleased to have another chance to speak with you, after the exam. I apologize. For my behavior towards you, your selfless actions that day proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that I had deeply misjudged you. Ida bowed, a perfect 90-degree angle that both flustered Izuku and sent a spike of concern through him because was that really okay for his spine to bend like that? Hey, now isn't that a familiar sight? A bright, bubbly voice exclaimed from directly behind him, Midoriya's limbs locking up in reflexive fright at having been sneaked up on. He twitched around to spy the same round, rosy face of the girl he'd. The mere sight of her was so unbalancing, it made him want to sob in relief and shy away in the same moment, stricken with the possibility of doing something worse in the future. You're the boy from the exam that helped me. Listen, I really wanted to say how sorry I am for upsetting you, especially after you went out of your way to help. Her eyes were wide and soulful, a deep brown that shone concern and remorse from their depths. His heart scraps twisted together into a knot, and he barely managed to force words past his numb lips. And no, it's okay, I totally understand, you don't have to feel bad about it. When she chirped a contrite, "Are you sure?" he swiftly nodded, chest constricting and mind racing because he had no idea what to say. "Phew, I'm really glad to have cleared that up." The relief on her face was palpable, and he was struck by her expressiveness the moment before she brightened again. "Man, today is already so exciting and we haven't even done anything yet. I just can't wait to meet everyone. And oh my gosh, who do you think our teacher is? I bet they'll be really cool dash. If you're only here for gossip hour, then you can head home right now." A voice thick with exhaustion and flattened by apathy stopped the girl in her tracks, her smile locked in place as a dark, scraggly form loped up behind her. An older man with scratchy facial hair and limp, dark locks peered over her head, listless eyes scanning the silent room. "At least you all know when to shut your mouths. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher." His proclamation was met with a murmur of shock, students rushing back into their seats as he slunk into the room. The heavy scarf around his neck caught Izuku's eyes, and the familiarity had his breath catching in his throat. "Eraserhead," he squeaked, earning only a raised eyebrow and a dry-eyed stare. He fumbled into his seat, directly behind Kaken, of course, why wouldn't it be, and avoided further eye contact with the pro-hero. "Don't even bother sitting down. We've got important things to get to." Aizawa tossed a duffel bag onto the floor, its unzipped contents spilling out in the form of colorful gym uniforms. "Get dressed. We're going outside." Izuku had barely caught his breath from the nerve-wracking ordeal of having to change clothes near a bunch of other people who had at least kept to themselves while he nearly strangled himself in an effort to get dressed, when Mr. Aizawa dropped a bombshell that made him feel like his chest would cave in from fear. "Quirk assessment? But Mr. Aizawa, we're gonna miss orientation." The bubbly girl spoke up from the front of the pack. Students left in an unorganized group outdoors, bleachers to their backs and open fields in front of them. "Orientation is a waste of time. Gaudy showboating is worth less than nothing, so instead we're going to do something useful." The sunlight that shone onto Aizawa seemed almost hesitant to touch him, leaving him a black mark on the world. "Here at UA, we don't have a standardized curriculum. That affords me the freedom to direct my class as I see fit. Your previous schooling was entirely academic in nature. As a result, you've had little time to truly understand your quirks." Aizawa craned his neck, eyes locking on a head of ashy blonde hair. "Bakugo, you came first in the exam, excelling in the combat portion. I want you to throw this." He fished a softball out of his pocket, a strip of electronics stitched into it, "with your quirk. Don't hold back." "Sure." Katsuki stalked over to snatch up the ball, feet kicking up dust as he centered himself in the marked circle. He smirked at the feeling of eyes on his back, more than willing to show everyone exactly how inferior they were. He reeled back and hurled the ball with an eruption of nitroglycerin, a shout exploding from his throat at the moment it tore through the air, a trail of fire marking it as it disappeared into the distance. He tilted his head to catch a glimpse of awed faces, the corner of his lips curling into a vicious grin when he saw the blank terror on idiot Deku's face. "That's just an example of the tests you'll be participating in today," Aizawa droned, holding up his phone with 705.2 across it. He spoke calmly over the hushed exclamations. "They'll help assess your upper limits, so I can get an accurate idea of what you are and are not capable of." Something dark flitted over his face, teeth exposed and eyes wider than half-lidded. "As an added incentive, when the 8 planned events are over, I'm going to tally up the scores, and whomever comes in last will be faced with immediate expulsion." A much louder outcry erupted from the group, exclamations of disbelief and concern ringing out. Izuku couldn't have made out a single word if he tried, eyes wide and unseeing when the static closed in. He was going to fail, he knew it. There was no way, he wouldn't even last one day before everything he'd worked towards would be dashed into rubble. It was over, it was over, it was over, it was over. Let's get to it and stop wasting time, shall we? Aizawa flashed another of his not-quite smiles, eyes dark underneath stringy strands of hair. But you can't do that. It's only the first day, it isn't fair that someone could be expelled already. The bubbly girl spoke out of turn once more, her voice high and clear and loaded with something like disbelief. I can't. Aizawa questioned, his tone making it extremely clear what he thought of her choice of words. I'll be sure to remember that, the next time an impaired driver causes a fatal pileup on a highway, or a building collapses on hundreds of office workers, or a villain decides to turn half a town into rubble. I'm sure once I remind them that they can't do that, everything will work out. His tone was sharp and biting on the surface, a smooth energy lifting it from his previous dead words. He paused when the girl shrank back, looking adequately remorseful. As heroes, it will be your duty to combat the injustices of the world with action, not words. You must make your presence known, your deeds a deterrent to any who would dare unrest the peace, and when disaster strikes you must not waste breath. Now it's time for you all to prove to me that you're here for that purpose, understand? He made a beckoning gesture, dark eyes alive with something that was almost passion. And be sure to prove it with your actions, not your words. Izuku was trapped in a nightmare, he had to be, there was no other explanation, right? Watching in a numb haze as his classmates blew through the 50-meter dash, their quirks dazzling and awe-inspiring and so useful, so heroic in a way he would never, ever achieve. The sound of static was so strong, buzzing along with the locusts in his chest, it was so loud that Mr. Aizawa had to call his name 3 times before he took his place at the starting line. He could feel the man's ire, twisting around in the air like the scarf around his neck, just waiting to wring him dry and toss him in the trash where he belonged. The starting sound cracked through his bones, and his first step twisted and brought him falling into the dirt. The sound of Kaken's explosions masked his sob as he struggled forward, regaining his footing in moments, but what little dignity he had previously possessed was left to rot in the dust. 10.43 seconds. The speedometer chimed, his insides sinking and sinking and sinking. He could feel eyes burning into him, could practically taste the murmurs of uncertainty questioning why he was even there. If only he had an answer, if only he could force words through the dark squall in his rib cage, hissing and buzzing and so impossibly loud. The second test seemed on the fast track to a similar failure, his fingers trembling around the handle of the grip testing device. He was so afraid that it wouldn't be enough because it was so obvious that he was weak, that he was desperate and terrified and mired in a despair that hung from him in a foggy cloud, tainting the air with his revolting presence. He stared numbly at the device, its metal cold and smooth against his fingers, and the moment he squeezed with what little strength he had there wouldn't be any other chance. He'd fail spectacularly and he'd be expelled and his mother's face would fall, but she would hide her shame, but he would feel it, would know it was there every day of his wasted, worthless life, and he couldn't. The fear squeezed within Izuku's chest, his fingers clenching and producing a squealing shriek of tortured metal. The grip tester exploded in his hand, reduced to shards of metal that cut hair-thin lines across his palm as every negative emotion compounding within him erupted forth. Dark fumes curled around his trembling hand, fingers twitching and contracting unsteadily. He could feel the sudden silence even if he couldn't hear it, eyes wide and hand dripping with welling blood as he forced his lips to move, words oozing through his broken smile. It's okay. Shoyuda Aizawa silently appraised the gaggle of young hopefuls he'd been stuck with, making mental notes of every student, from the versatility of their quirks to the stability of their emotional states. He had a few yellow flags, including Katsuki Bakugu, driven but arrogant, too much fire in his veins, it'd burn him up if he let it rage, and Izuku Midoriya, alarming lack of confidence, shaky and unsure with no sign of his quirk. Their records showed that they had both come from the same school, but where Bakugu's quirk had been plainly listed on his file, Midoriya's was labeled quirkless. Impossible, he knew. In the history of UA there hadn't ever been a single quirkless student to walk its halls, though there were no XPLCT rules stating that someone without a quirk couldn't attend. It was unspoken, really, everyone knew that a hero couldn't exist without a quirk, no matter their aspirations and hard work. Determination alone wasn't enough. And it had to be determination that he saw in the set of Midoriya's shoulders, because he couldn't imagine what else it was that kept the boy from collapsing on the spot. His performance in the first challenge had been abysmal, the slowest by a far margin. His form would have been decent, if not for his clumsiness. But even when he had regained his footing, he was utterly average. Something was odd, and Aizawa would be sure to find out what it was. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long. The grip strength test should have been over quickly, if not for the insufferable nature of teenagers that led to them chatting among one another. He kept his gaze constantly moving, making notes of those that excelled and those that fell short. It wasn't strictly necessary, considering the automatic scoring system, but reading the lines on their faces told him more than mere points ever could. He'd seen the moment Midoriya's face crumpled, eyes wet as he stared in hysterical fear at his strength tester. Aizawa had been prepared to write him off then and there, absolutely sure that the boy would prove to be a liability at best and an embarrassment to the school at worst. Of course, the device exploding in his hand had put a damper on that. It was lucky he had been watching so intently, or he would have missed the subtle activation of the boy's quirk. His entire silhouette had darkened for the span of a blink, something inky and malicious zapping through the air around him. It was barely visible, a phenomenon easily missed for one without Aizawa's keen perception, but the shiver that crawled up his spine was impossible to ignore. He waited a beat, the other students hushing into absolute silence in the wake of the unexpected event, before Midoriya's mutterings broke the quiet. Some of the braver and more personable students, Ida, Kirishima, Uraraka, approached him in concern, but the boy was absolutely deaf to their words. "All right, enough gawking. If you haven't completed the test yet, then stop wasting time. If you have, wait outside." Aizawa stalked over in a flutter of scarves, glaring flatly at any students that dared to linger. Uraraka was the last to file outside, worry in her gaze before the door shut behind her. "Midoriya! Midoriya! Izuku Midoriya!" Something. Another voice. One not his own. Izuku swung his head upwards in an uncoordinated movement, the force swaying him where he stood. The two halves of his gaze fused together in a blur of color, until he could see dark-lidded eyes staring down at him. Eraserhead, the hero. Wasn't he? He didn't like the spotlight, nobody really knew anything substantial about him. Izuku slowly raised a hand to reach out to him, something red glistening in his palm. The motion was slow and unsure, his muscles long done moving before his hand drifted to a halt. "Izuku Midoriya, snap out of it. Are you injured anywhere other than your hand?" The world flickered and stuttered like a television set with poor frequency, before the picture snapped back into focus. "He's the teacher, Mr. Aizawa. He'd used his quirk and his hand was so bloody and his instinct to clench it coaxed a pained whimper from his throat, but Mr. Aizawa had addressed him and he had to say something, couldn't ignore him. "I am sorry, sir. I only my hand only that, was where is everyone okay? Did anyone else get hurt?" The words sloshed out of his mouth before he could arrange them into a coherent order, hurried and frantic. "Yours is the only injury, Midoriya. Shake the lead out. I'm taking you to the nurse's office. You'll wait there until class is over, and then we're going to have a conversation about your quirk. Am I understood?" Izuku peeked past the layers of apathy and disinterest that coated Mr. Aizawa's tone, and found something urgent lurking between them. It took half a second for the meaning behind those words to fully register, and it instantly sent him back into a downward spiral. Izuku wrapped his uninjured hand around his other wrist, pulling it shakily to his chest and staring teary-eyed into an unforgiving gaze. "SRIC can't dash." Apparently, Mr. Aizawa cut in with a barbed tone. "The only thing you can't do is follow simple instructions. You can either come with me to the nurse's office, or I can send you. I'm sure you're smart enough to make the right decision." Mr. Aizawa turned on a heel and began stalking toward the exit, his long strides giving Izuku barely any time to spring into motion and stumble after him. The harsh burn of sunlight made him flinch the moment he stepped outside, and the weight of his classmates, not for long expulsion, was the least of the punishment he deserved. Stares, half a dozen voices immediately raising in question, "No talking. Midoriya and I are taking a trip to the nurse. You will all stay here and behave until I get back. We'll resume the assessment afterwards. But Sir Dash. Izuku flinched from the force of Mr. Aizawa's glare, even when it wasn't directed at him. The bubbly girl immediately fell silent, her soulful gaze wandering in his direction as Mr. Aizawa led him across the field. Midoriya stared blankly at the ground disappearing beneath his shoes, counting down the seconds in his head before his dreams were crushed. There was no way someone like Eraserhead would let him hang around just to screw things up. His heart thudded until the sound of the other students' voices faded away, leaving him and Mr. Aizawa in a tense silence. The rest of the walk to the nurse's office passed in a numb blur, packed earth transitioning into concrete, and then to linoleum tile in what felt like a single blink. The throbbing in his hand was muted, the cuts shallow enough to be ignored with some effort. It wasn't until a hand pressed firmly into his chest that he realized he had nearly walked into Mr. Aizawa's back. The educator stood in front of the clearly labeled nurse's office. Before you go in, I'd like to make a few things clear to you. At this present moment I have no plans to expel you, so you can stop looking so morose. You're also not in trouble, at least in the sense that you won't be receiving more than a reprimand. We'll see if that changes as the situation develops. Mr. Aizawa finally turned to meet his gaze, eyes red with irritation and lidded with exhaustion. Call your parents when you've recovered, tell them you're helping with an after-school activity or something. I really don't care. Izuku watched his teachers retreating back for several dazed moments, before he recovered enough clarity to actually enter the nurse's office. He mumbled something to Recovery Girl about a training accident, and was silent as she tooted and fussed over him. The drain from her quirk left him drooping in his seat, barely cognizant of her gloved fingers gently pressing against his knitted palm. Someone told her in his voice that it was still a little tender when she asked how it felt. Somehow he informed her that Mr. Aizawa had instructed him to wait there, and she led his shambling body over to a patient bed. The mattress was a little thin and springy, but it was comfortable enough that he could allow his consciousness to finally unravel, floating in the unknown ether to recover. Maybe when Mr. Aizawa came back, he'd finally be in a single piece again. Aizawa ran through the rest of the assessment test with a current of urgency, steadfastly deflecting all questions as to Midoriya's condition that wouldn't be satisfied by his stock. He's fine, now focus. He resumed his own internal cataloging of their quirks and abilities, pushing the Midoriya situation to the back of his mind. He could already tell it would be a massive headache to deal with. He stared impassively when the long-distance run ended with flagged spirits, scarves flapping like shed skins when he led 19 of his students back out onto the field. Their obnoxiously willful behavior had been replaced by an uncertain silence, and while it helped his headache, it certainly didn't improve their concentration. He stopped in front of the electronic scoreboard, one hand wrapped loosely around his phone. Now that the assessment is over, I'll be revealing your scores, first to last. I'm sure most of you have an idea of where you placed already, so I won't bother going through each of you individually. His thumb swiped over the touch screen, the board lighting up with their results. Number 20 was, inevitably, Izuku Midoriya. Only instead of a numerical score, the box was marked with a blinking red, NA. He read over their faces for a moment, relief and disappointment and arrogant assurance, before breaking the chatter that had spread between them. Also I lied, nobody is getting expelled. It was just incentive to make sure none of you slacked off. He could see Uraraka opening her mouth again to cry out above the exclamations of shock and bizarre relief dismay, and pinned her with a glare before she could. Before any of you whine about how unfair that is, take a moment to think about how a hero operates. Nobody walks into a disaster or a battleground assured of victory. And if they do, they're destined to crash and burn. There was a beat before he turned to head in the other direction. That's it for today. Don't forget to pick up a syllabus in the classroom before you head home. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just walk off without explaining what the hell happened with Katsuki Bakugo roared at his infuriatingly smug teacher's back, his eye twitching uncontrollably. He stomped through the dust, marking a clear middle ground between the 18 other losers that'd weigh him down and the unkempt a-hole. What the F happened in the strength test? Is he really so much of a diamond screw-up that he FNG messed up his tester? Katsuki stood his ground when Aizawa turned in a slow circle, pinning him with a flat glare. If you had been paying attention, I'm sure you would have realized it was the fault of his quirk. If you're worried about your friend, I already said he was fine, it was only a few cuts. Now if you're done wasting my time dash. That doesn't make any sense. You doesn't have a quirk. His voice rang out over the field, its echo prompting murmurs of confusion from the rest of the slack-jawed idiots. He's never had a quirk, I've known him his entire shitty life and he's been quirkless for 10 years. He could feel his sweaty palms sizzle and crackle, pent-up frustration and a refusal to believe such obvious bullshit making his arms tremble with fury. Then you must not have paid very close attention. Bakugo gaped at Aizawa's uncaring rebuttal, frozen still for a moment where he could only stare dumbly as the educator walked away. Get your syllabus, head home. If you want to know more about the situation, you're more than capable of waiting until tomorrow like everyone else. Aizawa heaved a sigh as an enraged shout echoed behind him, turning the corner around a set of bleachers and waiting a single breath to listen for stomping footsteps. When none moved in his direction, he turned back to continue walking out of sight of his students. You'd think being 7 feet tall and weighing 600 pounds would have deterred you from sneaking around. He droned aloud, the corner of his vision locked on ridiculous locks of blonde hair, hardly concealed behind a tree. Lucky for you, your obnoxious habit of sticking your nose where it doesn't belong has finally come in handy. All Might circled around into full view, one hand brushing stray leaves off his ridiculous yellow suit. That was a pretty nasty trick, scaring them with expulsion right off the bat. It's important to build trust with your students, so that they can rely on you in the future dash. Could you cut the monologue for once? I need your help with something that doesn't involve punching villains or saving kittens from trees. Aizawa briefly tracked his gaze over the chiseled, shadowed features of the #1 hero before he jerked his head towards the main campus. We've got a situation with one of the kids. A situation? Now that I think about it, you were one short, weren't you? Aizawa could see the gears clicking behind a bulky forehead and ridiculous hairstyle. Izuku Midoriya was only present at the beginning, was he not? Yeah. We had an incident with his quirk in the grip test. Squeezed it so hard it exploded in his hands, left him with minor lacerations. I would have sent him by himself, but I could barely get him walking in a straight line. Aizawa very carefully tucked a none of concern underneath layers of matter-of-fact neutrality. I'm sure you've seen his registration forms. His listing as quirkless is a gross error that needs to be rectified immediately, so you're going to come with me and we're going to discuss Midoriya's quirk with him. You'd better hope you have enough time to spare. Aizawa only made it half a stride before he heard All Might's signature embarrassed chuckle, signature among those that actually knew him, at least, and ground to a halt. Actually, the hero's booming voice was subdued, lingering in the air for a moment. That won't be an issue. Young Midoriya and I have been previously acquainted, and there was a bit of an incident with my time limit. Aizawa took a slow, even breath, holding the air in his lungs before slowly letting it trickle out. I'd love to hear all about it on the way to the nurse's office. Be sure not to leave out any details. The array of teeth he flashed over his shoulder could scarcely be considered a smile. All Might swallowed a lump in his throat, his grin a little more rigid than usual. Izuku stared listlessly up at the ceiling tiles that roofed him in, his thumb idly stroking the glassy surface of his phone. His consciousness had weaved itself back into his brain at some point, leaving him quiet and mournful and unfortunately aware of the passage of time. He'd texted his mother something about extracurricular activities, and it had apparently been enough to knot R's suspicion. He'd attempted to scroll through his news feed as a distraction, but the sight of various articles and videos and forum posts about the heroes he idolized made his heart clench and shudder. He couldn't even write in his journals as a distraction, because his bag had been left in the classroom. So instead he stared straight up and counted the marks on the ceiling, because if he looked at the clock it would rip him in half. A sudden vibration of approaching footsteps had him shooting upright in the patient bed, his eyes wide and heart picking up into a manic rhythm. The door slid open, and he could hear voices from the other room, Recovery Girl and Mr. Aizawa. Young Midoriya. The voice of All Might boomed through the room, as friendly and casual as it could be made. He parted the curtains separating the front of the office from the patient area, flanked on one side by a humorless Eraserhead. I'm glad to see you healed up. Now, I believe it's time we talked about your quirk. Izuku Midoriya fell apart from the inside out. His bones crumbled and crackled like aging cement, spilling forth dusted bone marrow. His organs shriveled and deflated, all functionality completely lost. His lungs popped like balloons, his stomach melted in its own acids, his throat closed up and twisted into a constricting knot in his heart, whatever was left of it. A warm hand gripped his shoulder through his gym uniform, fingers squeezing into the muscles tightly enough to jolt him into awareness. It forced a blink out of him, eyes refocusing on Mr. Aizawa's flat expression. The touch was just barely enough, putting forth the bare minimum to keep Izuku in one piece. His fear lashed and coiled around his ribs, making them creak and strain, but miraculously he stayed upright. His tongue flopped uselessly in his mouth, unable to form the syllables he needed to properly express his guilt and remorse. Tears of frustration welled up, blurring the corners of his vision. Calm yourself, young Midoriya. I promise you are safe because we are here. All Might's boom had been smoothed and layered, a spectrum of deep reassurance instead of rattling confidence. As I'm sure Mr. Aizawa has informed you, you aren't in trouble. We just need to have an important conversation with you, all right? Constricted pupils twitched across the deep lines of All Might's face, hewn from rock but somehow still kind enough that Izuku could breathe again. Midoriya. When you registered for the UA entrance exam, your registration forms marked you as quirkless. That is a mistake that we need your help to correct. Mr. Aizawa was carefully neutral, and Izuku could barely imagine having the fortitude required to be so unreadable. It's important for us, the faculty, to know everything about our students that is vital to educating them. As a hero academy, we have to know about your quirk. Understand? Yes, sir. It was barely a whisper, thin enough to slither between his teeth, bared in a smile held together with wire and twine. I'm sorry, about damaging school property. Don't concern yourself with that, it doesn't matter, Mr. Aizawa dismissed, barreling straight through to his next point. What I need you to do is recount everything you know about your quirk, so that it can be officially registered with the school. His rib cage closed inwards, a hellish creaking that made his breathing tight and wheezy. Midoriya, I need you to pay attention. You have my word that I will not ask anything of you that you aren't capable of, but this information is absolutely necessary. Izuku gasped around the vice in his throat, one hand clutching desperately at the fingers locked around his shoulder because he had to find reality again, couldn't let the fear swallow him whole. Young Midoriya. The voice of All Might was a rattle, its source gawky and skeletal. Izuku blinked in vague recognition at Toshinori, his suit hanging in awkward bunches but his gaze no less intense, no less compassionate. You're safe here. I promise. Take your time. There was an awkward smile on his face, as if he wasn't used to wearing it in his less powerful form, and a dazed part of Izuku's consciousness found it endearing. It was helpful, that willing show of vulnerability from his idol. As much as the sight of All Might inspired safety and reassurance, there was something unsettling in the cut of his jaw and the dark pits of his eyes, forever cast in shadow. Seeing him worn and fragile but no less determined, no less sincere, it gave Izuku a spark of hope that he could manage the same. I guess I was 4 when it first happened. I had been playing with Kakin in the woods, and we got separated, I guess. I called his name and he didn't answer. I don't really. There was a dog wild, or a stray, and I was afraid it was going to bite me. Flashes of frothing saliva and gnashing teeth pulsed through his head, and he shivered. I was more scared than I had ever been. I thought I might die. I closed my eyes and screamed and everything went dark. When I opened my eyes, it was in pieces, like some other animal had ripped it apart. I just laid on the ground, crying and throwing up, but I couldn't feel my arms or my legs. The sun was setting when I wandered back out of the woods, and the fear followed me out. I was still. It was hard to think, it didn't really hit me until that night, and I was too scared to tell my mom about what happened because... He trembled and squeezed his eyes shut, the burn of tears trickling down his face. I knew that only villains had quirks that killed. Izuku scrubbed at his face with a hand, exhaustion and a deep, thrumming hurt making him wish he could just close his eyes and vanish from existence. He didn't look up, didn't meet the gazes of Mr. Aizawa and Toshinori because the fear still held him, still crunched him into a pathetic mess, and seeing them would rob him of the strength he needed to speak. I spent my entire childhood lying about my quirk. It was easier to lie, to say I didn't have one. Quirkless was okay, because at least I couldn't hurt anyone. I experimented with it a few times. I would sneak out of my apartment, and go down an alley or to the park, and let the fear build up until it came pouring out. I'd leave damage wherever I went. Sometimes things turned to dust, or wilted and burned. I used it 3 times, I think, before I was too scared to use it again. That changed during my last year of middle school. When I met you, All Might. Izuku twitched at the memory, a wrenching pain in his chest that couldn't be ignored, screamed for his attention. After our conversation, I wanted to just give up. I wanted to stop trying and never use my quirk again, just stay quirkless for the rest of my life. But you were right about what you said, and I know you weren't trying to hurt my feelings or anything. So I trained with it. And my quirk, I tried using it over and over again, hoping I could figure out something, some way to make it work, and I guess I sort of did. I realized that what I felt before activating my quirk dictated what I would do. When I used it in the entrance exam, that girl. I was terrified and I had to save her, and it worked, I guess. Barring the part where he'd almost traumatized a girl that had been nothing but kind to him, he reflected bitterly. Thank you very much for speaking with us, young Midoriya. I imagine it must have been very difficult to talk about. Toshinori was offering his slightly crooked smile again, and Izuku stared at it in a daze before he smiled back. It felt genuine, less like the mask he wore when he was frightened, or the linchpin that kept him together when he was devastated. Mr. Aizawa cut the moment short, his eyes cutting and perceptive and his lips curled in thought. You say your quirk is controlled by intent. Is that what happened in the grip test? Describe your intent for me, whatever you felt in that moment. Izuku swallowed a lump of scorching dismay, his gaze drifting down to his previously injured palm. He twitched each finger, one at a time, and attempted to remove his focus from his own words. I was afraid. I was so afraid that I'd be the one expelled, and I wouldn't even get a chance to attend UA. I messed up during the first test, and so I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just skate by without utilizing my quirk, and I was desperate to make an impression, to prove that I was good enough. And all that fear and expectation. Izuku reached up, fingers trailing across the fabric of his gym uniform. I could feel it building in my chest, until it all just burst out. But it was different than before. I still felt loose and incoherent, but I was still me. The fear hadn't taken over. Midoriya shook from nerves under the intensity of Mr. Aizawa's scrutiny, dark eyes searching for something buried in his naked expression. It's vague, but it'll do for now. Our next step is to update your records. A professional quirk assessment isn't strictly necessary, but we need something for your file. Your quirk needs a name and a short description. It probably won't be permanent, but take it seriously regardless. Izuku wilted at the gravity of the request, pained at the thought of having to speak further about the thing he was most afraid of. But it wouldn't be so scary if it had a name, would it? Knowing how it worked, labeling and cataloging it just like any other quirk. Maybe that would make it less terrible. It's a T-transformative quirk. It induces irrational fear in the user and any surrounding persons, and C-channels intention into destructive energy. The form it takes is inconsistent, but usually inhuman. Its dash is Zukisigi in a breath, reminding himself that he had 2 of the most aptly suited heroes in the world to help him through his fear. It's called Living Nightmare. The words fell like broken bells, their dull, rusted clanks forcing a shudder out of Izuku's body. And it was still his body, for that moment, and he had to remind himself that there was a semblance of control in his grasp. He had not been completely consumed. The darkness was still there, heavy and winding and dreadful, but it had a name. Living Nightmare was not a calculating horror that had ensnared him, deigned to puppet his limbs and twist his ailing mind for monstrous purposes. It was just a quirk. It was just a quirk. Succinct. I'll be sure to have your file updated by tomorrow. One last thing, Mr. Aizawa muttered, the tense rigidness of his frame falling out in tiny increments, allowing him to gradually slump back into the silhouette of impatient teacher that needed a nap that Izuku had first seen him in. In the interest of avoiding a meltdown in class tomorrow, you're going to let any classmates that ask know that what happened was an accident with your quirk, and I pulled you aside because it was convenient timing to correct an error in your files. If you want to go into more detail, I'll leave it up to your discretion. Thank you, sir. Midoriya peered between Mr. Aizawa's sliver of a stare and the silent support of the number one hero, a gush of forgotten hero worship staining his chest and leaving him flustered. I'm really sorry for bothering you both about this dash. Hey, don't worry about it, kid. We're your teachers, of course we're gonna pitch in. Toshinori's smile was lopsided and almost teasing, in the same incomprehensible way that the nice girls, that he still didn't know the name of he was so bad at talking to people, had been, when she'd first helped him. Aizawa brought me along solely for moral support, which should be a good tell. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure that's the only reason he ever lets me go anywhere with him. I think I embarrass him. Izuku stared blankly at Mr. Aizawa's instantaneous glare, doing nothing to squash down Toshinori's deadpan teasing, and the sheer absurdity of the situation forced a laugh out of him, bright and unguarded and embarrassing because he couldn't recall the last time he'd laughed, and had it always been so high-pitched? He flushed up to his ears when two sets of eyes turned his way, his own gaze swiftly averted. Sorry, did you need to talk to me about anything else? Nope. Head back to class and pick up a syllabus. The rest of your classmates are probably on their way home by now. Aizawa kept his gaze firmly rooted forward, paying less than zero attention to the obnoxious blonde idiot winking repeatedly at the side of his head. Harder to ignore were Midoriya's stifled squeaks of laughter, the kid's face inflamed with mortification. That wasn't a suggestion. Do it now. Izuku nodded frantically, sliding off the hospital bed and beelining for the door. His call of "See you tomorrow, Mr. Aizawa, Mr. All Might," rang out just before he stumbled through the door, and that was the cue Aizawa had been waiting for. Okay, Peanut Gallery, I have important things to do and you're already slowing me down. Don't you have a pomade factory to endorse, or something? He slipped past Toshinori without waiting for a response, nodding in vague acknowledgement to Recovery Girl on his way out. Toshinori stared after him, groaning at the aches that resulted from standing up. You're a strange man, Aizawa. But there's a reason you're a hero. Izuku Midoriya crept almost guiltily down the empty halls of Yui, the clomping impact of his bulky shoes against linoleum tile ringing out to break the silence. It felt almost wrong to be on campus past school hours, like he was up to something nefarious. Logically, he knew that faculty members were still present in the building, and would likely continue to be for a while longer. He was just so used to rigidly adhering himself to rules and guidelines, terrified of being singled out if he misstepped. But things would be alright, surely. More alright than middle school, where he was barely more than an annoyance when he even managed to blip on his teacher's radars. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. All Might, that still felt like something from a fever dream, his idol teaching him, had been so kind and understanding that it made his chest hurt. Knowing they would try to help, knowing they would work with him, maybe tomorrow he'd be able to process it, once he'd woken up and figured out that it wasn't just a dream. The telling one sign caught his attention after minutes of walking, relief budding tentatively in his chest. He pulled open the intimidatingly large door and beelined for his desk, making sure his backpack was unharmed and unmolested. He'd only just leaned down to inspect the zippers when the door slid shut with a clack, cementing him in place. And he should have known that dreams didn't exist, and the only things he could rely on were nightmares. Deku. You pathetic FING liar. Katsuki Bakugu stepped away from the classroom door, his entire body shaking and trembling with white-hot rage. Izuku could feel it in the air, like the oppressive heat of summer humidity pushing down on him. How could he have forgotten? How could he not have realized his quirk was not a leg up, helping him move forward? It was a weighted iron shackle, packed to the brim with nitroglycerin. And if he didn't treat it with enough care, it would explode. Kaken, please dash. Izuku gasped out in pain when he was shoved to the floor, scrabbling on hand and foot to try and right himself, to press his back against the wall. Please ain't gonna cut it? Kaken's voice cracked through the air, and Izuku flinched as if he'd been struck. He peered up into molten red eyes, his breath shortening into hysterical pants. You liar, you FNG liar, you F liar. I know you don't have a quirk. You might be able to fool that fuckhead teacher, but you can't trick me. Izuku whimpered when soot-stained hands twisted in his collar, lifting him to his feet and crushing him against the wall. Kaken's teeth were bared in a vicious snarl, his anger radiating off him in waves. You're not gonna run away from me this time. So save yourself some pain and tell me what the F you did. Midoriya twisted and gasped and fought for an excuse, but he knew there was no way to avoid Kaken's rage, not anymore. I am sorry, Kaken, he sobbed in a wretched breath, tears pouring down his face in putrid rivers. I'm sorry I lied. I'm so sorry, I was so scared, I couldn't tell you I couldn't hurt you dash. Shut your F mouth, Bakugo roared in his face, his eyes manic and pupils engorged, and the dread in Izuku's gut became a geyser because he could see the fear shoved down behind Kaken's anger. You F loser, shut the F up. You're weak, do you F understand me? You've never been strong enough to hurt me, never. You're pathetic. Don't you think I know that? Izuku's desperate shout, warbling and choked with misery, hung in the air for a long moment. Don't you think I get it? I can know how strong you are, Kaken. You've always been better than me, and that's why I couldn't never tell you. I wasn't strong enough not to hurt you. Don't give me that bullshit, Deku. You're worthless, there's nothing you could do that could ever threaten me. Kaken's volume had fallen, but the rage and fear and uncertainty had only thickened in his venom-infused tone. He tightened his grip on the collar of Izuku's uniform, heat radiating from his palms as the smell of explosive fumes filled the air. And I'll prove it to you. I'll show you why you should have never even tried, Deku. What are you trying to prove? Izuku cried desperately, eyes blurred with tears but still staring, still unable to look away from the fear in Kaken's burning red gaze. I know you're stronger than me, I know. And I'll prove it to you. Izuku shoved Kaken in the chest, his consciousness fracturing from the heady haze of fear that threatened to swallow him whole. The shock of the shove was enough for Kaken to let go, disbelief clear on his face. Izuku could see the anger struggling to resurface, aching to explode in an inferno with Izuku at the epicenter, but he couldn't let it. He reached up with trembling fingers and ripped down the zipper of his gym uniform, yanking his arms through the sleeves and leaving his torso bare and exposed. Dark red lines traced across his torso in rigid, alien patterns, the skin puckered around the edges of each one. Dozens lined across his stomach, his chest, his back, dark and angry and impossible to ignore. He could feel Kaken's burning gaze locked on them and could taste the silence in the air. Did you get it yet? This is what my quirk did to me. Just from using it. Can you even imagine what it would do if I used it on someone else? On you, Kaken? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear looking into Kaken's gaze, unable to handle the revulsion he was sure he'd find. When no response came forth, he shakily redressed himself, trembling so hard he could barely work the zipper. I'm sorry, Kaken. I know you don't like when people touch you without your permission. Izuku carefully skirted around the other boy, shrugging the straps of his backpack on over his shoulders and fumbling to pick up a syllabus from Mr. Aizawa's desk. Izuku didn't look back. He left Kaken alone in the classroom and headed home, accompanied only by the static in his ears. It was very telling of his state of mind, Izuku mused, when waking up so sick from fear that he had to puke was viewed with relief, because at least it happened before he ate breakfast. It was nothing that mouthwash and a thorough brushing couldn't erase, at least. He'd stopped biting his tongue over a month ago, after it had become too painful to brush his teeth and all his meals started tasting coppery. As far as he could tell, there was no permanent damage, which was the best that he could hope for. He'd layered on a plethora of clips once again, a chunk of his allowance having gone into buying ones of different shapes and sizes. The gentle weight that pulled at his curls was blissfully grounding, until the thought occurred that he might be violating some sort of school dress code with his accessories. The notion of parting with them was too painful to consider until it became a necessity, so he just allowed dread to well in his gut on the transit to school. He checked the weather forecast on his phone while walking up to the main entrance, intent on not getting caught unawares by poor weather in the future. The rain was a nightmare to walk in, the sound of raindrops colliding with concrete so alike to hissing static that it made him nauseous. But the forecast was clear, and the sky was empty, and he hadn't been expelled, so everything was going to be. "Hey, Deku!" Izuku froze as two opposite stimulants collided with one another in his brain, thought process reeling as a kind, bubbly voice spouted the poisonous nickname meant only to torment him. His gears ground together for an excruciating moment before clicking into place, and he jerked his head up to meet a soulful brown gaze. He remained frozen until the kind girl bounced up to him, her smile sunny and oblivious. "I was getting super worried you weren't gonna show up. Why were you? Waiting for me?" Izuku's gaze darted back and forth, and he couldn't imagine such a sweet girl had planned to corner him, but the possibility was still there. Maybe she hated him after what he did during the exam. "I wanted to make sure you were okay. You didn't show up for the rest of the assessment," and Mr. Aizawa was really tight-lipped about what happened. "I'm totally sorry, I just realized I haven't even introduced myself yet. I'm Ochako Uraraka. And you're Deku Midoriya, right?" The honeyed edge of her smile was blinding, and completely at odds with that horrible nickname that still made him flinch on reaction. It's Izuku actually. Deku is Kaken's nickname for me. It's what he calls me to make fun of me." He winced the moment the words left him, so dour and gloomy and mood-killing. Uraraka's eyes widened in shock, remorse splitting across her face. "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I had no idea. I just heard it because Bakugu was yelling about you when the assessment ended. That's a shame, it's a really cute nickname. We'd really rather you not call me that, if that's okay," he murmured, most of his focus taken up by trying to figure out how the heck he was supposed to talk to someone that didn't want to make fun of him and wasn't an authority figure. But thank you for your concern. My hand was only cut up a little. Mr. Aizawa just pulled me out because there was some stuff wrong on my registration forms, and it was convenient timing to clear it up." The lie wasn't as painful as he had expected, perhaps because it originated from someone else. But the earnest belief on Uraraka's face still sent a pang through his chest. "Oh, that's a relief. Everyone was really worried after your grip tester exploded. That was your quirk, right? Is it like strength enhancement?" Izuku twitched, his inconsistent smile turning wire-tight. "Something like that, yeah. It's kinda complicated, and we'll be late for class if we don't hurry." "Yeah, you're probably right about that." Uraraka agreed easily, so easy, no second-guessing, no painful deliberation over what words were correct, and turned to bounce back towards the main entrance. "We can talk more at lunch. I spoke with Ida and Kirishima after class yesterday and they're both super nice, so I'm sure they won't mind if you sit with us." "Oh, sure." It was overwhelming, the thought of not only having people willing to speak with him, but welcoming him to sit with them. He couldn't even remember eating a meal with someone that wasn't his mother, maybe Kaken, before everything had crumbled into ashes and embers. "And that's really nice of you, thank you." Uraraka's answering smile was something he yearned for, an expression of pure and genuine joy that he could barely imagine adorning his own face. "Come on, let's go. I can't wait to meet the rest of our teachers." She took his hand with soft, gentle fingers and tugged him along, shoes clapping against the stoneworks underfoot. And Izuku figured her gravity quirk was almost redundant, because the way she pulled him in with her demeanor alone was absolutely cosmic. The first couple PRDs passed in an almost pleasant haze, startlingly mundane classes that didn't require too much of Midoriya's focus. It was easy to handle numbers and grammar because they didn't require any thought beyond simple solutions. Of course, his anxiety spiked back into overdrive. He was pretty sure that was the only available setting, when lunch PRD rolled around. The bustling cafeteria proved to be incredibly difficult to navigate for someone who couldn't bear the thought of speaking up or forcibly moving someone out of their way. As a result, Izuku had pretty much stranded himself among a sea of bodies while desperately searching for the table he had been invited to sit at. His lacking height did him no favors, and he almost resigned himself to just squirreling away to a table by himself and apologizing profusely later when a loud, boisterous voice called out his name. He snapped towards the source of the noise, catching sight of a boy with fiery red hair and a shark-toothed grin standing halfway up his seat and waving an arm through the air. It had to have been Kirishima. The theory solidified when Ida stood up from the seat opposite him, making stiff arm motions and calling for Kirishima to sit properly. Izuku heaved a sigh of relief, and had just started reconsidering his life choices when he made it into earshot because the gravity of the situation had started dawning on him. Hey you guys, he called out, his voice carrying just far enough to be heard. Considering he was only 4 steps away from the table, it wasn't much of a feat to be proud. He balked under the force of Kirishima's toothy grin, bright and friendly in a completely different way than Uraraka's had been. Hey Midoriya. Good to see you still got all your fingers. Kirishima gestured to the empty seat beside him and Izuku very carefully sat down, stiff as a board. We were all pretty worried after what happened. You seemed pretty freaked out when it did. But Uraraka cleared it all up for us. Yes, we are all pleased to see you have made a full recovery, Ida chimed in, his tone a lot friendlier than Izuku had heard it before. Although maybe that was because he'd previously only heard Ida when he was lecturing someone. Oh, that's good. Izuku desperately clawed for something to say, unable to process such a cheerful and bombastic attitude being directed at him. His eyes flickered desperately over Kirishima's face, before he simply blurted the first coherent thing that came into his head. I really like your hair, how do you get it to stay up like that? There was a moment of silence where Izuku simply stared with wide eyes, the fingers of mortification crawling up his face, before Kirishima laughed aloud. Compositionally speaking, it wasn't much different than other laughs Izuku had heard from teenage boys of a similar disposition, but the brightness leaking out made his chest constrict with an emotion he couldn't name. Thanks man. I basically just attack it with hair gel until it stops fighting back. You know, I was actually kinda curious about your do too. What's up with the clips? Izuku's heart skipped a beat had he read the situation wrong. Was Kirishima mocking him? He didn't know. Hadn't had anyone mention his accessories in so long without it being cruel and derisive. Hey, slow down man. Don't think I'm trying to rip on your style or anything, Kirishima soothed, his expression still open and friendly, and Izuku was pretty sure it would be weird if he cried because of it, but the urge was hitting him really strong. Yeah, I think they look super cute. Uraraka's pleasant lilt wound around him with pure sincerity and good cheer, his heart tearing in multiple directions. It certainly lends you a unique presence. Very bold, Ida commented, gesturing widely with a pair of chopsticks and utterly unaware of the eruptions in Izuku's chest cavity. I was just curious about him, Kirishima continued. Before the lunchroom became a flood zone due to a downpour of tears, I wanted to know if they were like a pride thing or something, but I wasn't sure if that was weird to ask. Izuku blinked, momentarily thrown for a loop. A pride thing? Was that a thing people did? Pride was such a foreign concept that he couldn't be 100%, but he was pretty sure pride things were constituted by adornments like medals or owning expensive cars and sunglasses. Kirishima winced, and somehow even that was so friendly that Izuku half wondered if he'd walked into a mirror dimension on accident. Yeah, you know, like a gay pride thing? All the colors just kinda put the idea in my head, and I'm totally cool with it if it is. I just wanted to know. Izuku's face burned like a kerosene lamp, his embarrassment physically pulling his hands to splay over his face. Uraraka giggled sympathetically, and he could vaguely hear Ida lecturing Kirishima about how presumptuous of a question that was. You know, some people are very sensitive about matters of that nature. In a weird way it was relieving, because it afforded him enough time to formulate a response that wouldn't just be flustered stuttering. And no, it's not in that. And not that I have a problem with that stuff. It's just these are. It just makes me feel better to wear them is all. Izuku had to choke down a whimper when Kirishima beamed at him, bright as the morning sun, and reached out with bold friendliness to ruffle the nest of green curls that weren't held down by clips. Well, they totally suit you, man. And it's pretty damn manly of you to wear them without caring about what other people think. Izuku sat in a daze as the conversation switched gears, turning to speculations of coursework and jabs at their teachers, and he dared to wonder if he'd simply died and ended up in heaven by mistake. The first few minutes of hero studies was met with a buzz of excitement among Class 1A, whispers and rumors traveling across the room in an ebb and flow of conversation. Izuku had taken to doodling in one of his notebooks that wasn't dedicated to Quirk research in an attempt to steady his nerves, but his shaking hands made every drawing come out wobbly. The sound of the classroom door being flung open ripped a gasp out of him, and every eye in the room turned towards it. Boom! I am here, opening the door to educate you all like a hero. All Might's booming cadence was loud enough to rattle the door frame, the bulky hero frog stepping through the door in a manner that allowed him to strike several poses per step. The latent excitement in the room erupted in a sea of exclamations, further bolstered by the number one hero's choice of Silver Age costume. Oh man, All Might really is a teacher here. This year is gonna be so crazy, I can't wait. Oh my god, is that the outfit he wore when he fought Madame Mercury? That's so 90s. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to your most important class here at UA High. Here you will learn the basic foundations of heroism, the building blocks of every great hero. All Might struck a pose that made his triceps bulge, his grin bolted in place. And today, we'll leap in headfirst with some 2-on-2 battles. An explosion of noise answered him, and he laughed, deep and rumbling. But before we can get to the good stuff, we have to look the part, don't we? He pulled a remote out of somewhere. Izuku knew for a fact that the uniform didn't have any pockets, and activated it, 20 steel containers. Hissing and parting from the classroom wall. Time to suit up, future heroes. When you're all kitted out, meet me at Training Ground Beta. Izuku ducked down to avoid the mad scramble of students looking to retrieve their uniforms, his own excitement ebbing at the thought of his costume. It had been a bit short notice, considering he'd long ago trashed his original costume ideas, all derivative of All Might, once he'd learned about his quirk. Hopefully the sketch he'd come up with would be enough to suit him, and it wouldn't look too stupid. He waited for an ebb in bodies before he quickly retrieved his own uniform, rushing out of the classroom to avoid being left behind. It was time to dive in head first, and wrest control of his quirk into his own grasp. Izuku nervously crept through the tunnel leading into the testing grounds, pulling at the edges of his costume. At least they'd gotten his measurements right, and had taken all of his requests into mind. Unobstructed mouth, wide color palette, breathable and easily removed. He stepped out into the glare of sunlight, absolutely stunned by the sight of his fellow classmates, shining and heroic and now that's what I'm talking about. You, young ladies and gentlemen, are the physical embodiment of young heroes to be. Let your costumes be a mark of identity, the symbol of your justice. Wear them proudly and let them say, I am here. All Might move a fist into the air, his smile a monument, and he was met with cheers of exuberance from the majority of the class. Izuku let the words wash over him, a comforting notion that had no chance of ever truly sinking in. He shuffled up to the back of the class, the motion catching Uraraka's eye. Oh my gosh, Izuku, you look so cool. That costume is totally not what I expected. I wish mine suited me that well. Izuku flushed, partially from the sight of Uraraka's form-fitting and absolutely suiting costume, and partially because he was unable to handle compliments. Why, you really think it looks okay? He peered down self-consciously, picking at the fabric again. His costume was fairly simple, in that he had few accessories or articles worn over the base outfit. The material was soft and breathable, thick enough to feel protective and thickened further at key impact points, like his knees and elbows. He was done up in bricks of numerous colors, vibrant enough to stand out but muted enough to not be an eyesore. Dark red lines marked up and down the torso, a series of hard angles that kept his other colors separated. His sleeves and pant legs were bricked halfway down, before transitioning into soft whirls of airbrushed color, blending together until they disappeared into his bulky shoes and a pair of sturdy white gloves. He had numerous zippers, located at his wrists, elbows, shoulders, knees, and neck so that each section could be easily removed. A belt was looped around his waist, designed to easily be snapped off and used as a restraining tool. The protective mask was an opaque white and left his mouth open to the air, swooping black lines like the edges of a smile curling up at the sides. It fits snugly over the fabric covering his neck and jawline, held in place by a clasp on the back of his head. The same red lines trailed up his neck and bled into the false grin, the mask cut off just above his cheekbones. Yeah. It kinda reminds me of a painting at an art museum, or something. Totally abstract. Izuku wasn't sure if those were the qualities people looked for in a hero costume, but Uraraka's sincerity still made his chest tight and his eyes burn. He opened his mouth to compliment her outfit, to somehow describe how cosmic and compelling her mere presence was without sounding stupid. Now that we're all ready and rarin' to go, let's get this thing rolling. All Might's voice cut through the air, immediately grabbing the attention of the assembled students. Ida immediately raised his hand, the motion impossibly smooth and quick even in his suit of armor. Sir, considering the fact that this is the same testing grounds where the entrance exam was held, does that mean this will be an urban combat simulation? Not quite, young man. While the majority of villain battles broadcast on television happen outside, they are quite uncommon compared to indoor battles. The truly intelligent criminals don't put themselves out in the open so easily. For this exercise, I'll be dividing you all up into teams of 2, and pitting you against one another in the roles of heroes and villains. All Might pulled a folded piece of paper out of his costume sleeve, and began glancing down at it intently. Here's the scenario we've cooked up for you all. A pair of villains have been reported as having a stolen nuclear weapon in their possession. The heroes, tasked with quelling the threat, must head indoors and neutralize the danger. The heroes will be victorious if they either retrieve the weapon or subdue the villains. On the flip side, the villains will prevail if they defend their payload until the time runs out, or they take out the heroes. Now, in the interest of saving time, we'll be deciding teams by drawing names. All Might produced a top hat as if from thin air, showing that the inside was filled with paper strips. From this hat, Ida's hand shot up like a missile, his voice ringing out from inside his helmet. Sir, isn't there a more professional manner in which we can choose teams? In the heat of a battle, heroes rarely get a choice in who they team up with. They have to improvise on the spot, because villains won't wait for them to pick someone they synergize with, Izuku mumbled out loud, freezing up when a few heads turned to look at him. Dash. I suppose that makes sense, Ida mused, before his voice straightened out into an iron bar of surety. Yes, this is a wonderful way of simulating the chaotic nature of hero work. Excuse my interruption. All Might immediately waved him. Don't worry about it, now let's get started. The sight of Izuku's name up in the air next to Uraraka's was so startling that he couldn't even respond when Uraraka expressed her delight. He fidgeted with the end of one of his gloves, the material suddenly stifling. The fear of hurting her burned hot and dark in his chest, a sizzling lump that siphoned the breath from his lungs. There was still so much about his quirk that he didn't understand. He could barely control it, could barely use it at all without being left sick and distant. He'd just avoid using it except as a last resort. And if he did use it, he wouldn't cause any physical harm, no matter what. It would all be fine, and it didn't even matter if he lost, because it was just a training exercise, and failure was a learning experience, right? It would hurt to let Uraraka down, but hopefully she wouldn't hate him if he did. And if that wasn't the case, well, it wasn't like he'd never been friendless before. Izuku watched with glassy eyes as All Might moved 2 hands in the air, each one clutching a ball marked by a team's letter. The last thing he heard before his senses turned to white noise was the hero's voice, booming with finality. First to fight are Ida and Bakugu versus Uraraka and Midoriya. Every beat of Izuku's heart resonated through his quivering flesh, a church bell locked away inside his chest. Hours felt like minutes and seconds felt like years, withering him away until he was nothing but a husk fused to the concrete. Fear was everything, and everything was pain. A pair of burning red eyes glared at him from the clawing darkness, and surely being consumed by them was better than losing himself, right? He stared in a daze, thoughts gelatinous and oozing, and his fingers twitched with the need to fall into furious red eyes. His lips moved, numb and loose, voice barely a whisper. Just hold on, just hold on, just hold on, just hold on dash. A hand jostled his upper arm, the physical stimulus from another warm body sending him screaming and crashing back into reality. Izuku gasped for air, one hand slamming to clutch against his chest as the other groped for the human touch. Warm, warm, warm. Izuku? Izuku, are you okay? Can you hear me? That hand flexed underneath his desperate grip, Uraraka's voice wrapping sweetly around his buzzing head. He lurched towards her, muscles lax and difficult to command. Her rosy round face and glimmering eyes entered his field of view, concern shining bright through her visor. You spaced out when All Might announced the teams. Are you alright? Is this because of your quirk? His lips and teeth and tongue mashed together for a moment, before slotting back into working order. I'll be alright. I'm just really nervous. Kaken, I might have made you upset the other day. Kaken? You mean Bakugu? Uraraka hummed in thought, her brows pinched together. You two knew each other before coming to UA, right? Is there something up with you two? You seemed a little more than nervous when All Might said he'd be on the other team. There was no judgment in her tone, merely a smooth blend of concern and curiosity. It's really complicated. We're probably going to start soon anyway dash. Izuku flinched when the loudspeakers set up around them burst to life with a hiss of static. Alright everyone, let's get the lead out. Your time starts now. Guess that's our cue, huh? What floor do you think we should start on? I can get us up quick with my quirk. Uraraka's face had been set with determination, her eyes scanning over Izuku's face. He faltered for a moment, caught off guard, before hastily attempting to analyze the situation. Considering this is a training exercise and not a real disaster, Mr. All Might P probably went with an odd-numbered floor for the first test to try and throw us off. He's pretty straightforward, so his randomization methods are probably pretty basic. There's no way he'd have it on the first floor right away, and the fifth floor is too obvious, so our best bet would be the third. I think. Even if it's not, it's a good middle ground to work our way up or down from. Sounds like a plan to me. Anything else I should know before we head inside? Uraraka regarded him with a disarming smile, idly activating her quirk on herself before pressing a hand to Izuku's shoulder. He gasped when all his mass suddenly stopped obeying gravity, legs quivering in an effort to stop from just floating away. Kaken is really aggressive and not very trusting, so he probably left Ida to guard the bomb, and he'll be coming after me, us. Be careful and watch your C-corners, I guess. He moves really fast. Get ready for an ambush, got it. Uraraka flashed a thumbs up, leaping lightly off her feet and floating effortlessly up the face of the building. She snagged her fingers around Izuku's wrist before moving out of range, giggling when he yelped and flailed his feet once he was airborne. She sailed up to the third highest window, hauling herself through the opening and gently pulling Izuku in after her. She waited until he had found his footing before releasing her quirk, a quick sigh spilling past her lips. Alright, we're in. Let's move quick. Alright. Izuku fed off the scraps of her confidence, his legs trembling but his steps sure-footed as they hastened down the hall, surrounded on all sides by dull steel plates. The building was cold and impersonal, which made sense due to it being a mere testing shell, but it still sent shivers of unease down Izuku's spine. Any corner, he could turn any corner and see Kaken's snarling face and fistfuls of explosive power, a comet of unstoppable destruction. He let Uraraka take point, his footfalls following half a beat behind hers as they carefully combed the third floor. The high ceilings and narrow corridors felt like they were closing in on him, murky and poorly lit and just waiting for him to slow down, to blink, to think he was safe for even a moment. His heart beat against his ribs like a starving bird against its cage, breath strangled to be as noiseless as possible. Something prickling at the edge of his senses forced him to act, reaching forward to grasp for Uraraka's shoulder and stop her in her tracks. She glanced back questioningly, and it took him a moment to clear his throat and force out words. I think I heard something," he whispered, his legs dragging him forward to investigate. He stopped half an inch from entering the next intersection, his breath turned to sludge because he knew, "Get back." Izuku yelled and lurched backwards, half an instant before a devastating explosion erupted inches from his face. The burst of heat and force made the exposed parts of his face sting, but his reaction time had left him unharmed. He backpedaled desperately away from the source of the explosion, lingering embers lighting up Bakugu's livid expression. You fucker. Running away like you always do, huh? What a FING surprise. Bakugu's costume only enhanced his naturally intimidating demeanor, his eyes flaming with anger behind his mask. Why don't you just FNG lie down and cry, get this over with? We both know you're too scared to fight me. Izuku shakily straightened up from his hunched posture, one trembling hand reaching down to snap his belt off his waist, the thick rectangle of fabric sturdy in his grip. He thumbed the top button on his belt buckle, inner clamps releasing to allow him more fabric to work with. When pulled taut, it was half again as long as it had been. He met Kaken's furious gaze, words gushing forth before he could stop them. I'm not afraid of you, Kaken. Katsuki froze in place, but Izuku knew he wasn't stricken, knew that the explosive blonde wasn't shocked or caught off guard. Panic screamed in Izuku's chest as Bakugu's rage shifted into next gear. Then I'll remind you why you should be. He lunged forward with a vicious shout, his right arm hooking around, explosions bursting to life in his palm. And Izuku slid around the predicted attack, snapping out with his belt to catch it on the priming pin of Kaken's arm guard. He tugged with all his might, deaf to Bakugu's yell of shock when he was ripped forcibly off balance. Izuku tried to dive low, to pull Kaken to the ground and twist his arm around his back. But he was too slow, and Katsuki's left arm swung around in a wild blow, explosions cracking through the air as the solid arm guard caught him in the temple. The world fuzzed out of focus, pain ringing in his head as he stumbled away. His belt slipped from his hold, still tangled around the right arm guard. Uraraka, run. Izuku's voice rang off the walls, only exacerbating the splitting pain in the side of his head. He couldn't feel any blood, but that was the least of his worries with Kaken stalking back over to him. He saw the blonde prime his hands to launch him forward, and Izuku took his chance. He threw himself down a connecting hallway, shoes crashing against the tile in his haste to get away. Deku, you coward, get back here. Bakuga's bellow felt like it could peel the skin from his bones, so hot with anger and hatred that it made Izuku's eyes water. He tore off down the hallway, taking random turns to throw off the footsteps pursuing him. He was so terrified, so impossibly scared that Kaken would find him, would force him to fight alone, but he had to lead him away. Uraraka could find Ida in the meantime. You liar, you goddamn shitty little worthless liar. That's all you've ever done. You lied about being quirkless, you lied about flunking out. Every stupid, pathetic smile on your face is AF lie too, det. So get back here, and I'll show you why you should be afraid of me. Every word struck like ice picks, punching Izuku so full of holes that he could barely stay in one piece. He ducked away into a side room, trembling and aching and unable to hold back the tears that trickled down his face. He fumbled to activate the communicator in his ear, a crackle of static pulling a whimper from his throat. Uraraka? See, can you hear me? His voice came out in a breathless hiss, syllables wobbling unsteadily. Izuku, yeah, I'm here. I'm on the 5th floor, I found the bomb. I don't think Ida has seen me yet. Did you lose Bakugu? Can you get to me? I can still hear him, he's still too close, Izuku whispered, squeezing his eyes shut when he heard a muffled explosion. I don't know if I can get to you in time, I'm sorry dash. Not yet you aren't. Katsuki's yell was punctuated by a deafening explosion and a squeal of metal hinges, the door Izuku had been relying on to hide him blown across the empty room. Izuku cried out in terror, scrambling to jump to his feet, to create some distance. Yeah. He choked on his own spit when a burst sent Kaken flying towards him, the force of their collision slamming Izuku into the metal wall and leaving his head ringing. K-Ka-. Shut up, shut the F up, I'm so F sick of your voice. Izuku choked as hands stinking of sulfur strung him up by the front of his costume, slamming him into the wall hard enough to knock his breath loose. He gasped for air, Kaken's strength leaving him dizzy with fear. You never had a chance of escaping me, Deku. Now it's time to lose. It's time to put you back in your place. Bakuga's face was so close to his own that the heat of his breath condensed on Izuku's mask, so impossibly close and so impossibly strong. Don't look so scared, Deku. I won't hurt you so bad that they have to cancel the exercise. His words were immediately followed by a fist to Izuku's gut, strong enough to force a cry from his throat. Izuku could barely breathe, could barely see, his eyes stinging from nitric fumes and his entire body aching, the fear in his chest a howling monstrosity that wound through his limbs. Kaken was strong, but what Izuku feared the most was something even stronger. He felt his limbs fall, limp and useless, every ounce of his consciousness being ripped apart from his body. But he had to fight back. He couldn't allow it to hurt Kaken, couldn't. Katsuki snarled in Deku's unresponsive face, screwed up in pain and terror, but it wasn't enough. He had to hear the words, had to force the worthless little sheet to admit how much of a pathetic loser he was. He raised his fist for another blow, his teeth bared and grinding together and froze. The entire world hung from a thread around him, swaying back and forth like a pendulum. His muscles turned to muck, cold and dead underneath his skin. All the fight in his bones and hatred in his gut were quenched by icy fear, like a fire drowned in ink. His breath caught, trapped amidst a cage of razor wires, and his eyes widened until he was sure they would explode out of his head. Deku was staring straight ahead, both eyes unnaturally wide. They were piercing, cutting through Katsuki's flesh and stringing him up by delicate internal tissues. Two black hole pupils pulled him in, one bloated and writhing and consuming the color around it, and one shrunken to a vibrating pinhole amidst a toxic green ocean. Katsuki's trembling lips parted, and the breath was stolen right from his throat. Kachun! Izuku purred like a ball of steel wool trapped in a blender. He reached out with fluid fingers, gently peeling away the frozen grip that held him against the wall. He pulled Kaken's fingers away, distantly aware that he could snap them like toothpicks, if he desired. He leaned so close he could taste the harsh pants of Kaken's breath. He studied quivering red eyes, pupils twitching over his own face. You're afraid, Kaken? That's good. You should be honest about your feelings. Izuku gently splayed his hand over Kaken's face, fingers sliding just beneath the coverings of his mask, and he smiled. His lips parted and his jaw widened, dozens of curving, misshapen teeth sprouting from his gums and crowding his mouth. Distantly, so distant, he could feel them cut into his gums and the roof of his mouth, blood staining his tongue. Pain was an afterthought, control had been wrested away. His limbs swayed under their own power, his distorted voice hazy and barbed and spouting words he had no decision in. You're always afraid, Kaken. It's nothing to be ashamed of, everyone is afraid. What's important is knowing what they're afraid of. Katsuki's chest rose and fell in shallow heaves, his head fuzzy and aching, and he was so sure he was drawing breath, but the edges of his vision were turning dark, and all he could see was Deku. His limbs refused to obey, locked in paralyzing horror as Deku, no, the thing using his face, using his voice, trailed affectionate fingers across his cheek. You're so afraid. But it's okay, because I've always known that. I could see past your anger and your violence and your bravado. I know why you hate me, Kaken. I understand. Izuku was screaming somewhere, the sound coming to him like a cell phone ringtone on a packed train car. It was so indistinct, so incapable of affecting him. You're scared of not being good enough, of not being strong, of not living up to your own expectations. You're terrified of coming up short, and it made you feel strong to torment me. Someone too weak to stop you was proof, right? It proved you were strong. It proved you were good enough when you could hit me until your own hurt went away, at least for a little while. Katsuki wanted to scream, to deny everything and beat Deku into pulp and move. He had to move, but his limbs were dead weight and Deku was gently pushing him out into the hallway, the shadows thick and tangible and trailing off his silhouette like smoke. He managed to twitch his lips, frozen in a scowl, but it wasn't enough to free him from the spatial rendings inside Deku's eyes. So you used me to relieve yourself of your inadequacies. After all, how could anyone think you were weak with little worthless Deku around? Izuku's lips spread wider, his mouth an angler's maw spewing poison. Every word left him in a sweet, breathy tone, wrapped in static and sinking into the cracks in the walls. But it's alright, Kaken. It's okay to be afraid. And I promise you'll feel much better if you just give up. Give up and let me win. Rage burned unhindered in Katsuki's gut, building and feeding off itself. Incensed by Deku's smug voice and the horrible mess of his face, still pulled into a self-assured smile. It was infuriating, it was maddening, the pull of devouring green eyes and the scorching heat in his limbs fighting against each other. All he could think about was getting away, making Deku shut his mouth forever, never having to hear his voice again. Katsuki blinked. Izuku was ripped back into reality instantaneously, the pain of his battered stomach and bruised temple and bleeding mouth hitting him with a sledgehammer's blow. The excess teeth in his mouth were gone, his vision was even, and all he could see was a trembling, hyperventilating Kaken. Guilt ravaged his insides with enough force to have him seeing stars, the sheer pain and remorse bringing tears back to his eyes. His lips trembled, his fingers twitched, a desperate apology rose into his throat. And it became an agonized scream as his entire world was consumed by fire, noise, and agony. Uraraka? See, can you hear me? The sound of Izuku's wobbly voice, soft and tinny in her ear, made Uraraka sag with relief. She scooted further down the wall she was pressed against, hidden around a corner that was just out of Ida's field of view. Izuku, yeah, I'm here. I'm on the 5th floor, I found the bomb. I don't think Ida has seen me yet. Did you lose Bakugo? Can you get to me? She waited patiently for a response, her voice a soft murmur to avoid alerting Ida. I can. Still hear him, he's still too close. She could hear a muffled explosion through the communicator, and felt a brief vibration in the floor at the same moment. I don't know if I can get to you in time, I'm sorry. The moment where her heart would have broken at the sound of misery in Izuku's voice was eaten up by an indistinct shout from Bakugo, followed by a booming explosion and crashing metal. Izuku, are you okay? Did he find you? The only answer was a pained cry, before a cacophony of jostling bled through. A moment after the communicator buzzed with static, the noises it picked up coming through choppy and incomplete. Izuku, can you hear me? Izuku? She glanced around the corner to find Ida still patrolling, quickly ducking back into cover and daring to raise her voice a notch. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Faint snippets of raised voices answered her, impossible to understand. Uraraka bit her lip, torn in indecision. She wanted to win the exercise, of course she did, and her window of opportunity was quickly running out. But thinking about Bakugo's behavior when he first found them, his screaming anger and hyper-focus on Izuku, it made dread curl in her chest, uncertainty pushing her to make sure her friend was okay. A sudden burst of noise shrieked through her communicator, howling static that burned straight into her eardrum and forced a cry from her lips. She ripped off her helmet and plucked out the communicator, the ringing in her head so painful that she didn't even realize the flickering lights weren't her impaired vision. The noise that had come through the communicator, she had heard it before. Horror dawned on her in half a moment, her painful recollection of the entrance exam moved to the forefront of her mind. Izuku's quirk, there was no way he'd use it unless he was under extreme duress, right? Decision made for her, she came around the corner and stepped into the bomb room, Ida's gaze immediately locking onto her through his full helmet. Well, little hero, you've come at last. And alone at that. Your confidence will be your undoing, and this blunder will be the last mistake you ever make. Uraraka threw her hands up in a surrendering gesture, words piling on top of each other in an effort to make it out of her mouth. Ida, wait. I think something's really wrong. I was talking to Izuku when Bakugo found him, and Bakugo was so angry before, And I think I heard Izuku use his quirk. The gravity in her tone was apparently enough to convince Ida to drop his villain act, concern clear in his voice when he spoke next. Are you sure? Where are they located? On the 3rd floor, we need to get there before they really hurt each other dash. She cut herself off when Ida raised a finger, urgency tingling under her skin. She waited for him to press his finger to the communicator in his helmet, listening to whatever was coming through. Yes, sir, we believe Midoriya and Bakugo's conflict is the result. Uraraka approached me in concern that their fight was taken too far. Yes, sir, we'll investigate at once. Ida lowered a grave look at her, hands stiff at his sides. That was All Might. He said the camera feed went out on the 3rd floor, and he wants us to make sure everything is all right. The match is on standby. Uraraka's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded resolutely, determination settling in to flatten out her worry. Okay, you go on ahead. I'll catch up. She wasted no time in rushing for the nearest staircase, flinching as Ida's quirk sent him blitzing past her. She scooped up her communicator on the way there, wincing at the blast of noise that persisted until she switched channels. All Might, sir, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Uraraka. Do you have eyes on the situation yet? And no, not yet. Ida went on ahead, because he's faster. I think you should have Recovery Girl on standby. I'm really worried, sir. She forced her voice to stay steady, focusing on the easy rhythm of her footsteps. She cut around the edge of the stairwell, skipping the first 3 steps in her haste to make it down. She's already on her way. Don't fret, young Uraraka, we'll do everything in our power to ensure the well-being of Midoriya and Bakugo. All Might's voice, even when framed by fuzz and urgency, sent a spike of relief through her. He was the greatest hero in the world for a reason. He could handle any situation thrown at him. She stumbled on the last step leading to the 4th floor when Ida's voice carried up the next stairway, skewered with barely contained panic and urgency. I found them, sir, both unresponsive. Bakugo is unharmed and conscious, but he won't answer me, and Midoriya received grievous wounds on his face and is bleeding heavily. I turned him on his side to prevent blockage to his airways, but I'm afraid to move him any further. Sir, please hurry. Uraraka choked on the wellspring of tears that burst forth, her eyes misty and burning. She activated her quirk on herself, leaping down the entire set of stairs in a single controlled motion. She tumbled to the ground the moment she released her zero gravity, nausea roiling in her stomach for more than one reason. Ida, where are you? Down this way, take a left. Ida's voice rang off the walls, leading her frantic pace towards him. She skidded into the hallway to her next left, a cry of shock ripped from her throat at the sight of the incident. Ida was on his knees, his helmet tossed carelessly to the side and his face twitching with concentration. Sweat beaded down his brow, his hair tousled and matted from the helmet. Bakugo was 3 paces away, absolutely still and absolutely silent. His hands were held out in front of him, palms open and trembling up to his elbows. And Izuku was splayed from the shoulders up across Ida's lap, limp and unconscious. Spatters of blood marked the wall opposite Bakugo, and to her horror there was more of it staining. The front of Izuku's uniform. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Ida, what happened? She rushed forward, sinking to her knees when she was only a few feet away. She read the tension in Ida's shoulders, so tight that she was sure he would snap, and refrained from moving any closer. The damage to the right side of Midoriya's face is severe, Ida gritted out, hands infinitely gentle as they angled his classmate's head. She could see glimpses of blood marking his thighs, and failed to stem her tears. Bakugo is unresponsive. I couldn't coax him into speaking, or into moving. The structural integrity of Izuku's mask failed under the force of what I presumed to be a point-blank attack, but it likely absorbed some of the damage. The facial scarring will undoubtedly be significant, he whispered, voice pulled taut. You don't want to see it. Oh God, Uraraka whispered numbly, hot tears running down her face and dripping onto the tile. He'll be okay, Recovery Girl will fix him. Alright, Ida? Tenya was silent for a long moment, gloved hands carefully adjusting Midoriya's head with micro-movements. The blood flow had been redirected, no longer trickling down his throat. It instead stained the legs of Tenya's uniform, indistinct against black fabric and leaving only minuscule trails down the armored plates. Yes, he forced the word out, his gaze unable to be torn from the damages. The right side of Midoriya's head was smeared with blood, matting into his hair and running down into his uniform collar. Glistening red teeth stared up at Ida, peeking between the ragged holes where Midoriya's cheek was supposed to be. The flesh bordering the worst of the damage was blistered and raw, likely from the heat of Bakugu's explosion. Ida stared into the mess of blood and damaged tissue, swallowing the bile in his esophagus. Yes, she will. The world returned to Izuku in pulses and clouds, inky droplets of sensory information bleeding into his watery consciousness. The first to return was pain, dull and throbbing but not debilitating. It was something of an afterthought, a footnote to be reviewed later. He was horizontal, laid out on a comfortable surface and covered up to the middle of his chest with sheets. His toes twitched, free of his shoes. His hands felt mostly okay, unharmed but a little chilly from the room temperature. His mouth was sore, though, and that soreness extended into a mural of numbness and a deep ache on the right side of his face. He could feel his skin pulled tight by something gauze and medical tape, most likely. There was an IV taped to the inside of his right elbow, but he was unsure of what drip he was on. It had to be either saline or a mild painkiller, he imagined, but couldn't confirm. He couldn't hear any beeping, so his wounds weren't severe enough to require him being hooked up to an EKG. He tried to yawn, confused when the right side of his face didn't move, and blinked open his eyes as concern settled into. Please. The sight of sterile white sheets and soft, unassuming colors drew his gaze, recollection clicking into place. He was in the nurse's office, he was injured, the training exercise, he'd kaken his quirk. Oh, you're awake. Faster than I expected. Recovery Girl's voice rang out, and he flickered his wobbling pupils over to find her entering the patient area. How are you feeling? Any pain? Izuku took a long moment to formulate words, shoving back the tide of guilt that threatened to drown him from the inside out. And my face hurts a little, but it's mostly numb. How badly was I injured? Quick and to the point. At least you're a well-behaved patient. Recovery Girl stood at the side of his bed, inspecting his IV. You sustained a few minor lacerations to the inside of your mouth, as well as surface-level bruising on your ribs and right temple. Those healed up quick. Your right cheek, on the other hand, was seriously damaged. You lost 70% of the tissue present and received second-degree burns around it. Your burns should be mostly healed, and your tissue should be all but recovered, but you're going to have serious scarring once it's finished closing. There was nerve damage as well. The numbness in the side of your face is permanent, I'm afraid. However, once you're recovered, there's always the option of reconstructive surgery, which the school will cover. Izuku stared straight ahead, the numbness in the side of his face infecting the rest of his body. His fingers trembled, his left hand twitching with the subconscious desire to touch his face. Will I be able to eat okay? Yes, you will. My quirk was able to restore everything but the full epidermis and the outer layer of nerves. You're extremely lucky, young man. Recovery Girl busied herself with removing his IV, and the brief sting went completely unnoticed. He could barely even feel her swab the inside of his elbow clean and tape gauze over it. I want you to check in here for at least the next 3 days, so I can change your bandages and repair some of the scar tissue. Now, I believe you have a visitor. Izuku watched her leave, unblinking, and heard the door to the office click open. She shared a few words with a voice he didn't really recognize, sneakers clapping against tile as they entered past the curtain. It was someone from his class, he was sure. Toko. Something. His appearance was striking and unforgettable, considering his avian visage. Izuku stared blankly at the curve of his beak, the sharp set of his eyes, and the sleek crown of feathers sprouting from his head. Midoriya. Mr. Aizawa sent me to check up on you. The feathered boy's voice was much deeper than Izuku had expected from a 15-year-old, and there was very little inflection in it to go off of. I don't believe we've been properly acquainted as of yet. My name is Fumikage Tokoyami. Were he in a sound state of mind, Izuku would have read the other boys' stiff posture and general air of uneasiness, and kept his words to a minimum. But considering the majority of his brain power was going into preventing a panic attack, he merely spouted the first thing that came into his head. Why your feathers are really shiny, do you use shampoo on them, or is there like a special product that you buy? Tokoyami gawked at him, completely thrown off guard. Izuku patiently watched his classmate fumble for words, before slowly falling back into his stride. I do use shampoo, as well as an oil that keeps my feathers healthy. But that is not the purpose of my visit. I am here to confirm your recovery and transfer information. Tokoyami dug into his pocket, holding out a laminated card for Izuku to take. Mr. Aizawa wanted you to have this. It's account information for the school's website that will allow you to view the footage of our training exercise today. Every match is available for viewing except for your own. To the match, Izuku stuttered, heart clenching as the gears in his head finally clicked together. Kaken, is he okay? Was he hurt? Tokoyami's eyes narrowed, more in confusion than any sense of hostility. Bakugo was physically unharmed. After assuring everyone you'd be alright, All Might spent several minutes trying to talk to him before he responded to outside stimuli. He demanded to see you. Very violently, in fact. All Might ended up sending him to speak with Principal Nedzu. Rumors are circulating of his expulsion, but there's no concrete evidence yet. The expulsion dash. Izuku felt sick, a churning, noxious brew melting through the lining of his stomach. He couldn't let Kaken be punished for his mistake, couldn't rip away his goals, couldn't hurt him anymore. I need to see him, he can't be expelled, he dash. Mr. Aizawa told me you would ask to see Bakugo, and informed me to make it explicitly clear that you are not permitted to do so. Tokoyami stood like a statue, his expression difficult to read without lips. His voice was stern, however, and brokered no argument. There is also another reason for me being here. Mr. Aizawa pulled me aside, and informed me of the hardships you faced with controlling your quirk. He went into very little detail, but made it clear that you are struggling, and he chose me to speak with you for a reason. Izuku sat up in bed, panic bubbling and crackling and so close to pouring out of his mouth in a scream because he had no control, couldn't handle everything happening so suddenly and terribly around him. Ichi told you about Dash. Midoriya. Please calm yourself. He didn't go into any XPLCT detail. Tokoyami cleared his throat, sitting stiffly at the edge of Izuku's bed and maintaining eye contact. Are you aware of the particulars of my quirk, Dark Shadow? Izuku stared, frozen, before slowly shaking his head. Understandable. Dark Shadow is a quirk that manifests as a shadow being, whom I can command to assist me in battle. It is weakened by bright lights, and strengthened in the dark. And for a very long time. I was frightened of it. A being of pure shadows, residing forevermore within my very being as a child, it was extremely daunting. I was afraid to use my quirk, for fear of the potential danger it posed. And there are times when I am still unsure, where I do not know if I should turn out the lights when I sleep. But this entity, Dark Shadow, it could not be wrested from me, could not be removed. So I did not reject it, however, nor did I embrace it. There is a balance between the two of us, an understanding. I doubt Dark Shadow will ever truly belong to me. But it is still a part of me, and thus I must accept it. Tokoyami blinked, hands curled neatly on his lap, and maintained steady eye contact. I've seen your quirk firsthand, Midoriya. It is extremely powerful. And for you, I imagine it is extremely frightening. Am I correct in saying so? Weiss, Izuku whispered, tears clinging to his lashes as he furiously blinked them back. He curled his hand in the bedsheets, thumb rubbing against the threads to afford him some sort of tactile grounding. My quirk it's based off my own fear. The more afraid I am, the more powerful it is. And I'm always afraid. I see. I will not be so vapid and callous as to say that I understand your pain. Everyone knows pain, Midoriya. Everyone knows fear and uncertainty. But that does not invalidate your own turmoil. Let it be a comfort to know that there are those who will know of your pain and offer their support. Your struggle is unique to you, but that does not mean you must struggle in vain. Tokoyami cleared his throat, stiffly offering a hand out towards a teary-eyed Izuku. Should you so desire, I will assist you in this. You are not alone in the darkness. Izuku's gaze locked on the offered hand, his heart throbbing in his throat and stealing his breath. Had he been even a single degree more desperate, been even slightly less aware of Tokoyami's discomfort, he would have thrown himself at his classmate and bawled. But he still had some strength left. He could still shove back his desperation, still control himself. He accepted the handshake with trembling fingers, his grip solid and clinging. He released Tokoyami's hand the moment social customs demanded it, not wanting to make his classmate uncomfortable. Thank you. It means a lot to me, Tokoyami. He offered a smile, not one that had been practiced in a mirror for hours on end, but one that he couldn't stop from growing on his face, even if he tried. Tokoyami looked almost stricken, and Izuku had to imagine it was because of the bandages on his face. Tokoyami cleared his throat, rising onto his feet and smoothing down a wrinkle in his uniform jacket. Yes, well, I believe we should be getting back to class. Homeroom is very close to over, but Mr. Aizawa wished to speak with you before the end of the day. Why, yeah, okay. Izuku slowly climbed out of the patient bed, his legs a little wobbly from the toll of Recovery Girl's quirk. He followed after Tokoyami's retreating back, lingering only to utter a quiet, thank you, to Recovery Girl before they left the office. Silence hung cool and still around them for a long few moments, the two students accompanied only by their footsteps. Izuku didn't mind it. It gave him time to formulate his thoughts, and Tokoyami didn't seem too keen on conversation anyway. Izuku could understand. Though his natural inclination was to try to be open and friendly, social interaction could be extremely exhausting, even when he was prepared for it. And he was absolutely unprepared for when Tokoyami opened the door to the 1A classroom, an instant clamor exploding from inside the room. At least 10 different heads crowded the door, the only one he even recognized by name being Kirishima. If it isn't the firecracker himself, Midoriya? Wait, that was kinda a bad choice of words, wasn't it? Kirishima's voice rang out first, his grin wide and toothy, good humor shining through even the brief embarrassment of his misstep. We were just wondering when Tokoyami would get back with you. Good to see he didn't kidnap you into the underworld or something. Tokoyami merely scoffed in response, working his way around the crowd in the doorway to seat himself. That did nothing to deter the crowd, a girl with bright pink skin and hair, which was tousled in a seemingly deliberate manner, pushing her way forward. We were just checking out footage from the exercise, and it really SCKS that your footage with Bakugo was corrupted. You were so cool when you stood up to him. I'm Mina Ishido, by the way, and I just can't get over how brave you were, like wow. Izuku shrunk further into himself with every word spoken, blood rushing up to flood the left side of his face with mortification. His eyes darted pleadingly to Kirishima as more voices piled on top of each other, the only comprehensible information being everyone's introductions. Kirishima seemed to catch on to his plight after a moment, and cheerfully shoved everyone else out of the way. All right, don't crowd him, you guys. He's probably totally beat from his trip to Recovery Girl. He flashed a not very subtle wink Izuku's way, and was rewarded with half of a smile. Why yeah, I'm feeling pretty worn out. It's really great to officially meet all of you guys though. He injected a bit of energy into his tone to downplay how exhausted he really was, and it seemed adequate enough to buy him some breathing room. After a few teasing comments, he was left to sag in place, the conversation carrying to the other end of the room. Thanks, Kirishima, he mumbled. No prob, bro. You were looking kinda overwhelmed. Not good with crowds, I take it? Kirishima laughed when Izuku turned a deer-in-headlights expression on him, razor-edged teeth flashing. Sorry man, it's kinda hard not to notice. You looked like you were ready to hurl in the cafeteria earlier. Why, Izuku muttered in embarrassment, too tired to come up some sort of excuse or deflection. Speaking of lunch, would you mind if I invited Tokoyami to sit with us tomorrow? We talked a bit, and he seems really nice. Tokoyami, huh? Kirishima tapped his chin, scanning over the mostly full classroom. Considering he didn't drag you into the shadow realm, yeah, it's totally cool with me. The more the merrier, right? I'm sure Ida and Uraraka will be chill with it too. Why, you're probably right. He had a hard time imagining Ida and Uraraka turning anyone away without a good reason. But even then, they hadn't turned him away yet. He'd refrain from counting down the moments. Did I miss anything else? Izuku's inquiry was cut off by the sound of a strangled yell of his name, giving him half a second to start turning before a pair of arms were thrown around his torso. He locked up, stiff as a board, before realizing that it wasn't a tackle. You Uraraka? Izuku, you're alright? Oh gosh, Ida and I were so worried. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dash. The arms crushing his ribs quickly unwound, and he managed to get in a quick inhale before he was left breathless by the sight of Uraraka's face, eyes puffy from crying and lips trembling with remorse. You were in pretty bad shape when we found you, and I'm so glad you're alright. She pulled her expression into a weak smile, rubbing at her eye with a palm. It's okay, Uraraka. Recovery girl fixed me up. I feel fine, promise. Izuku fidgeted nervously with his fingers, trying and failing to sound reassuring. Where is Ida? He went home early. You were really banged up, Izuku, she whispered, gaze removed from his own. I didn't see the worst of it, but Ida did. He might feel responsible for what happened. The tremor in her voice resonated in his bones, striking the impulse in his brain that made him so desperate to help others and relieve their pain. I'll make sure to talk to him tomorrow. I don't want him to feel bad about what happened. It wasn't his fault. Izuku dredged up silty handfuls of bravery, the grains sliding through his fingers. It's not your fault either, Uraraka. I promise. I don't blame either of you. He tried not to shrink away from the dewy shimmer in her eyes, determined to ease her mind. He maintained steady eye contact, attempting to make his sincerity known through half of a fractured smile. It'll be okay. A sudden burst of noise from the back of the classroom cut the moment short, voices raised in laughter over something that Izuku had missed. He squeaked at the sight of Mr. Aizawa rising up like a vampire from behind his desk, hair matted on one side of his head and his eyes red and irritated. All right, you loiters, that's enough. Class is over and you're impeding on my nap, so get out. He watched with a critical eye as everyone filed. Outside, Izuku managing a meek wave in response to Uraraka's departing smile. Except for you, Midoriya. Stay put. Izuku nodded nervously, settling into his desk with slow, careful movements. When Mr. Aizawa didn't react, he loosened some of the tension from his shoulders and slumped back into his chair. Tokoyami said you wanted to talk to me, sir? Correct. I'm sure you're smart enough to realize that today's incident isn't something that can just be swept under the rug. Mr. Aizawa made eye contact so intense that Izuku had to physically prop up his head to not shy away. Katsuki Bakugu is currently in the principal's office, with his parents. Similarly, your mother was informed of the situation and is on her way here to have a very important discussion. But that won't be for a little while. So until then... Mr. Aizawa dragged his chair from behind his desk, the screech of the legs against the tile making Izuku wince. He watched with hitching breath as the homeroom teacher set it down only a few feet away from his own desk, and fell into it. Even when he was sitting down, Mr. Aizawa's presence felt like a looming shadow, nearly causing him to break into goosebumps. You and I are going to have a talk. Izuku quailed under the force of Mr. Aizawa's inky gaze, feeling as if he had lost all sensation in the tips of his fingers and toes. He couldn't even imagine how debilitating it would be to have erasure used on him. How villains didn't just faint from fear, he would never understand. What do you want to talk about, sir? His voice was trembling and ragged, sagging under the weight of his physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion. I doubt that you don't already have a fair idea. The incident with you and Bakugu isn't something the school can take lightly. What happened wasn't a training accident, or a few scrapes from roughhousing. This was a deliberate and damaging attack on another student. Coupled with an extremely hostile and uncooperative attitude, expulsion is looking to be the most likely outcome. Mr. Aizawa's tone was perfectly flat, but lacked any of the tiredness present in his face. His gaze was unwavering, and Izuku barely dared to even blink. Why Yue expulsion? You can't expel him. It was my fault, not Kaken's dash. Izuku twitched and clamped his mouth shut when Mr. Aizawa's stare intensified. Midoriya, I feel like there's something I need to make very clear to you. Selflessness and self-sacrifice are admirable traits, and are paramount to being a hero. But there's a term for when those attributes are taken too far. Mr. Aizawa's glare cut right through his retinas, and Izuku flinched when the hero's voice fell like hammer blows. Self-destruction. You don't seem to understand the gravity of the situation, so I'll put it in very clear terms. You could have died. Had Bakugo put more force behind his attack, he could have torn your jaw off. Had he aimed a little higher, he might have destroyed your right. The injury you received could have been debilitating in addition to disfiguring. Do you understand me? Izuku couldn't put forth the strength to stop his tears from falling, hot and ugly and shameful. His chest hitched with hiccuping breaths, and he did everything in his power to force the words past his misery. I do understand, promise. But you used my quirk on him, Mr. Aizawa. The words left him in a putrid whisper, burning like steam against the back of his teeth. He was terrified. I could feel it. And I get that it was wrong, and he could have seriously hurt me, but Kaken dash, his words caught among a net of nettles, pinpricks cutting lines down his throat. But he had to say them. Had to make the truth known. Kaken isn't well, sir. He's hurting very badly, and he doesn't know what to do about it. He needs help, Mr. Aizawa, not punishment. Silence rang in his ears the moment after his words died in the air, his eyes screwed shut and leaking saline down his face. He could feel the edges of his bandages moistening, just underneath the skin of his eye socket. I broke my promise. Promised I'd never let anyone be afraid the way I am, and I have to make it up to him. His words stripped his insides open, weakness and honesty oozing forth in a slurry he had no hope of containing. Did I know Kaken isn't a bad person? I know he isn't, Izuku whispered, unsure if he was trying to convince himself or Mr. Aizawa. A long moment passed before Izuku was brave enough to open his eyes again, vision blurry even when he half-heartedly wiped the tears away. He dared to look up, and found Mr. Aizawa's face was carefully neutral. He didn't seem as intense as before, thoughts quietly moving behind his nothing gaze. Do you think yourself exempt from the same, Midoriya? Izuku made a questioning noise, honest confusion on his face, and Mr. Aizawa sighed deeply. You say that Katsuki Bakugo is hurting and needs help. Selflessness and self-destruction are not far removed, Midoriya. Do you think yourself beyond requiring the same care as Bakugo? Realization flashed through Izuku like a lightning strike, ozone hot and sparking in his chest. Oh, sir, I don't. It's just, Kaken he really needs help, and I don't want to impose on anyone, it's not so bad dash. Every argument he could conjure fell apart like burning paper, ashes drifting around him in smoking trails under the heat of Mr. Aizawa's stare. You're 15 years old, and you walk around like the weight of the world is on your shoulders. The way you interact with your classmates makes it explicitly clear that you have no experience with having positive relationships with your peers. You fold like a wet piece of cardboard when someone raises their voice. Don't be so dense as to let someone else's pain invalidate your own. I know you're smarter than that. Mr. Aizawa sighed, rubbing at the bridge of his nose as his words resonated inside Izuku's skull, twisting and melding with Tokoyami's advice. We'll discuss this further when your mother gets here. Hope you're ready. Izuku nearly leapt out of his seat when the main door of the classroom slid open, eyes wide and nervous before he recognized the impossibly familiar face looking in, lined with worry and marked by tear tracks. Mom! Inko Midoriya was unraveled. Only half of her hair remained in the bun Izuku had seen her put it in that morning, green strands hanging loose and frazzled. Her makeup had been hastily washed off, flecks of mascara still clinging to her eyelids. Her entire demeanor was shaken to the core, and Izuku's heart burst like a supernova at the thought of the pain he'd put his mother through. Izuku! Oh, my baby Izuku, my baby boy dash. Inko made distance irrelevant, clearing the classroom in what felt like a single stride. Izuku barely had time to stand before he was smothered by an embrace, tears springing to his already irritated eyes. He buried the left side of his face in his mother's shoulder, breaths hitching and catching and stuttering in his slowly tightening throat. He squeezed her with as much care as he could muster, the desire to bawl and cling to her as tightly as he could, held back only by crumbling foundations. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, he muttered in a broken mantra, voice muffled by the fabric of her clothes. He was barely aware of Mr. Aizawa, present only on the absolute fringes of the moment. He couldn't bring himself to be embarrassed, it was too painful to do anything other than cry. His mother pulled back after what felt like an eternity, embrace released but her hands still lingering on his arms. Don't apologize, sweetie. You have nothing to be sorry for. She cupped the uninjured side of his face, her unsteady smile only hurting him more, because it was the same thing he saw in the mirror every morning. I'm just happy you're safe, Izuku. Izuku could only nod, his shame a frigid burn in the pit of his stomach. He twitched at the sound of Mr. Aizawa quietly moving another chair across the classroom, metal legs lightly clacking against the tile floor. His teacher didn't say anything, and his expression was impossible to read, considering he wasn't in Izuku's direct line of vision. His mother had apparently heard the noise as well, giving him one last squeeze before she removed herself from his person. She turned to meet Mr. Aizawa's gaze, looking more stable than a few moments before. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm Inko Midoriya and you're Shoyuda Aizawa, right? Again, I'm really sorry, thank you for having me. She reached out to shake his hand, and he almost looked surprised when she shook it with two of her own. Don't worry about it, Mrs. Midoriya. I understand that this is an emotional situation. Mr. Aizawa's tone wasn't quite reassuring, but it was certainly more polite than the barely contained annoyance he usually spoke to Izuku's class with. He gestured at the chair he dragged over, gaze half-lidded. Please, take a seat. Both of you. We have a lot to talk about. Mr. Aizawa waited a few beats for Inko and Izuku to sit, before he settled heavily into his own chair. Mrs. Midoriya, I'd like to begin by personally expressing my remorse for the situation at hand. Though today's training exercise wasn't technically my responsibility, Katsuki Bakugu is still one of my students. I should have recognized his animosity towards your son much sooner, and made an effort to create some distance. Inko shook her head firmly, looking touched by Mr. Aizawa's words but still determined to refute them. You have nothing to apologize for. You shouldn't be expected to understand everything about your students by the second day of class. Mr. Aizawa blinked at the warm smile sent his way, gaze flickering to Izuku before it resettled on his mother. Regardless, what happened was a gross error on the part of the UA facility. Your forgiveness is appreciated, but that doesn't excuse the lax handling of our students. From now on, we'll take much greater care to watch for signs that can help prevent incidents like this from occurring. Other than that, I'm here to speak with you on behalf of the school about the option of pressing charges for the incident. Your son has already expressed his desire to forgive his aggressor, but as his mother you have the final say. Izuku's heart stuttered and buffered in his chest, functionality momentarily lost when his mother didn't say anything right away. He had just mustered up enough resolve to open his mouth when she spoke, quiet and calm. I can't say I've ever been one to hold a grudge. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugu are good friends of mine, and I couldn't possibly burden them in a time like this. My only request is that little Katsuki gets the professional help he needs to control his anger. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't truly doubted that his kind-hearted mother wouldn't go through with legal charges, but the minuscule chance was still enough to cause anxiety. A moment later, he almost wished he'd kept that breath in, so he'd have a few more seconds to last before suffocation. Speaking of mental health care, I wanted to speak with you about the possibility of your son seeing an on-staff psychiatrist from now on. Izuku wanted to curl up and die just from the peripherals of Mr. Aizawa's stare, weighty and piercing. Your son is very intelligent and very determined, Mrs. Midoriya. He has a lot of potential, and I'd hate to see that wasted because of a mistake that could have been prevented. Part of Izuku urged him to simply burst into flames of mortification, Mr. Aizawa's version of glowing praise barely computing at all. He glanced in his mother's direction, unsure of what he expected to see on her face. To be honest, I had been considering the same for a few years, now. Inko's words were tinged with melancholy and regret, her volume subdued. But I know how independent Izuku is, and I guess I got it into my head that I'd be encroaching on that independence. I suppose that's something I'll always regret. Not trying harder. She blinked away tears, Izuku's heart shattering at the sight of his mother's upset. And no, Mom, please don't feel bad, I know you were doing your best. Izuku choked on his reassurances when his mother turned to give him a soft look, the motherly smile he was so used to seeing filled to the brim with love and pride tainted by a regret older than he was. You're the sweetest boy a mother could ask for, Izuku. That's why I wish I had done so much more for you. She dabbed at her eyes with a hand, uttering a quiet word of gratitude when Mr. Aizawa wordlessly handed her a tissue. Mr. Aizawa regarded mother and son with a critical eye, silent and unreadable for a long moment. It's an important life skill to be able to reflect on our missteps to avoid repeating them. But dwelling does nothing except cause more uncertainty. What's important right now, Mrs. Midoriya, is doing everything you can in the moment to support your son, which is why I strongly recommend he begin regular sessions with Ms. Atsuko. She's been working with us here at UA for almost 8 years, and is an extremely well-accredited psychiatrist. If you'd rather consult a professional that isn't affiliated with the school, feel free. I'll be sure to look into it, Inko promised, wiping her face clean and balling up the tissue. She cleared her throat, meeting Mr. Aizawa's gaze head-on. I'd also like to make it very clear that if a situation like this happens again, I won't hesitate to pull my son from this school and file charges against it. I understand that what happened today was a very, very unfortunate accident. But twice is negligence. Mr. Aizawa nodded firmly, a begrudging respect surfacing in his eyes for all of a moment. I understand entirely. I promise that we'll take measures to ensure the safety of your son, as well as the rest of our students. Inko's expression softened, and she rose from her chair a beat after Mr. Aizawa stood up. She practically took his hand hostage once more, shaking it with vigorous gratitude. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Mr. Aizawa. I'm glad my son has such a well-spoken and compassionate teacher. Mr. Aizawa stared at her as if he wasn't sure when she'd walked into the room, before shrugging one shoulder. My job is to help kids like your son be the best they can. I'm just doing what I'm paid to. Inko didn't look even remotely fazed by Mr. Aizawa's brusque response, her eyes shining. She bowed respectfully before turning to Izuku, startling him into clumsily rising from his chair. He hesitated halfway across the room, turning back to gaze hopefully at his teacher. Mr. Aizawa? About Kaken-dash. Yeah. I'll look into it, Midoriya. Aizawa pretended not to notice Midoriya's eyes fill with grateful tears, steadfastly looking in the other direction as his student failed to stifle his sniffles. He waited until the door to his classroom closed before he slumped, proper posture completely thrown out the window. He stared at his desk for a moment, part of him longing to crawl underneath it and nap in the nest he'd created, but unfortunately he had other matters to attend to. Paid vacation days are the least of what I'll need after this headache, he muttered, loping out of the classroom and towards the principal's office, silently preparing himself to make a complete about-face on his stance towards expelling Katsuki Bakugo. Nedzu would never let him hear the end of it. Waking up the morning after the combat training incident felt more dreamlike than anything Izuku had ever experienced while unconscious. Instead of waking up with dread fumes building in his chest and last night's partially digested dinner spilling from his lips, he felt almost okay. He'd pretty much resigned himself to the fact that he'd never feel good, that the taint of his quirk would darken anything and everything for the rest of his life. But beyond that, there wasn't a whole lot he was instantaneously fearful of. It was a new day, full of potential for things to get better. So he completed his morning routine smoothly, brushing his teeth with only a faint sting from his healing mouth wounds, and washing his face in the sink while taking care to avoid touching the bandages. The numbness in the side of his face was disconcerting, but easy enough to ignore for the moment. At least he hadn't been forced to see the scar tissue yet. He fought his hair with a brush until it no longer looked like he'd slept in a wind tunnel, and carefully placed an assortment of clips in the strands. Feeling almost whimsical, if whimsy had been disemboweled and left to die in a gutter at least, he gathered up the scruff of hair at the back of his head and put it into a short ponytail with a rainbow hair tie. He considered himself in the mirror for a while, glancing at his hands and idly wondering if his mother would help him paint his nails. After a few moments of deliberation, he decided to bring it up by texting her in the middle of the day, too embarrassed to bring it up in direct conversation. He endured motherly kisses on his way out the door, face burning as he carried the packed lunch that he was incapable of refusing. He did everything he could to avoid noticing the sadness in her gaze, and forced himself not to read into her lingering embrace. Even his transit to school was fairly peaceful, the train quiet enough for him to zone out on his phone and skim the multitude of hero fan forums he frequented. He intently tapped his phone screen with both thumbs as he stepped off the train, writing up his 5th paragraph in response to a post questioning the validity of pro-hero number 213, the unshakable hero, Steadfast's Quirk, when he was suddenly assaulted on all sides by an eruption of noise. "Hey kid, tell us what it's like to be learning under All Might dash. Can you offer a statement about what All Might is like when the cameras are off? Can you confirm true or false whether All Might is definitely involved in a secret villain conspiracy?" Izuku shrank away from the amalgam of steadily raising voices, an arsenal of microphones boxing him in place. His breaths shortened into quick, desperate pants for air, his thoughts whirring and crashing together while the anxiety in his chest spiked until it reached crush depth, constricting his airways until he was dizzy with fear. Dark spots danced in his vision, the world barely visible outside his swiftly shrinking cone of panic. A sturdy hand on his shoulder pulled a yelp from his constricted throat, the noise cutting out only to be replaced by a familiar, reproachful bellow. "How dare you harass one of my classmates on his way to pursue a higher education? This behavior is utterly shameful and reflects extremely poorly on all of your professional careers. I strongly suggest you cease and desist before I contact the faculty and have them call the authorities to disperse you all." Ida's glasses gleamed with authority in the light of the morning sun, his posture reminding Midoriya of a territorial bird. The moment Ida's hand left his shoulder to be used in his exaggerated posturing, another one clapped down in the same spot, fingers thick and squeezing with friendly familiarity. Izuku turned enough to be met with red hair and a shark-toothed grin, Kirishima's voice coming out in a whisper shout. "Come on Midoriya, we should give Ida some space to do his thing. I kinda wish I had a bouquet of flowers to throw at him or something." Izuku flinched in shock when a bubble of his own laughter completely blindsided him, cheek reddening as he nodded in acquiescence. He let Kirishima lead him around the crowd of bewildered reporters, their pace quickening to enter the school gates before they were noticed. Izuku almost felt disappointed when Kirishima released his grip, yearning for contact that didn't bring him suffering. "Geez, those guys sure are persistent. I had like 3 of them trying to tail me on the way here. Kinda hard to hide a camera crew though." Izuku stared in a daze at Kirishima's blazing grin, so impossibly carefree and open and expressive. He was startled out of his reverie when red eyes turned his way, a moment of disconnect leaving Izuku woozy. The shade of Kirishima's eyes was more blood orange than anything, so unlike the raging inferno locked in Kaken's. He idly admired the color for a moment, feeling loose and indistinct. A hand waving in front of his face snapped him back into focus, Kirishima's voice fading in. "Alright there for a sec. You totally spaced out on me, man. I know I'm pretty stunning to look at, but dash." Izuku immediately sputtered to construct a believable defense, every inch of visible skin on his face inflamed. "Not that's not it. I mean, and not that you aren't, not trying to say you aren't good looking, dash." A note of ringing laughter met his ears, forcing a whine from his throat as trembling hands instinctively moved to cover his face. Hey, calm down man. I'm totally flattered, but I was just messin' with ya." Kirishima tapped him on the back of one hand, and Izuku stifled a flinch before tentatively lowering his finger shield. He could feel the moment his classmate's gaze drifted towards the gauze on his face, the edges of Kirishima's smile softening. I'd say it was fortunate that those paparazzi gave me an excuse to talk with ya, but that'd probably be pretty insensitive considering how messed up you looked with them around. I really wanted a chance to ask, though. How are you holdin'? After what happened, I mean. Izuku averted his gaze, unable to handle the full brunt of Kirishima's concern. I'm okay. And I really mean it, I'm not just dash. It doesn't really hurt, and I haven't seen how it looks yet, so I guess I can wait to freak out until then. He flashed a smile that he could barely feel, a facade of strung-up porcelain. More worried about Kakin, actually. I don't blame him for what happened. I know he wouldn't hurt me like that on purpose. Kirishima made a non-committal noise, scratching one hand through his hair thoughtfully. Can't say I really got a chance to talk with Bakugo yet. He certainly seems like he's a pretty big a-hole, but yeah, he didn't strike me as the kinda guy that'd seriously hurt someone for no reason. All Might heard what he said before the footage cut out too. I won't hurt you so bad they have to stop the exercise. Izuku shrunk when he was turned under a critical gaze, one hand knotting nervously in the fabric of his jacket. Something must have gone wrong between the two of you when the cameras went out, right? Blood sloshed in Izuku's ear canals, scorching hot with fear. The question would come any moment. Kirishima would ask about his quirk, would want to know about it, know the truth. Hey, don't look so frazzled, man. Whatever's going down, it's your business, okay? I'm not gonna pry if you don't want me to. Like a match lit in a cave, Kirishima's grin sprung back to life, one hand reaching out to muss a nest of green curls and the other jammed casually into his pocket. Come on, Midoriya, let's get to class before Cementos gets the chance to lecture us. I swear, it takes that guy like 10 minutes to get through a sentence. Izuku squeaked when an arm was flung casually around his shoulders, loose and friendly and in no way constricting. It was more like an invitation, Izuku realized suddenly, and flushed when he decided not to remove it. He fell in step with Kirishima, letting the other boy's voice wash over him. I really like the hair today, Midoriya. The ponytail's a nice touch. You plan on growing it out? Oh, thanks. I don't know, maybe? And my mom isn't super strict about me getting my haircut, so I guess I could try to grow it longer dash. The knots of tension in every joint Izuku possessed slowly loosened, the conversation easing him by a noticeable margin. He paused to spare a glance over his shoulder when they entered the school, before refocusing. He'd speak to Ida after class, when they could be alone. He'd make things right. The majority of Izuku's morning classes consisted of him paying attention with half an ear to mundane subjects while simultaneously attempting to sort his crippling, volatile emotions into neat little categories that he could deal with at his own pace. He absolutely recognized that it was pretty much a futile effort, considering how strongly all his negativity affected him even back when all he had to worry about was Kakin saying something cruel to him, but it made him feel a little bit better to at least make an attempt. Unfortunately, he didn't notice when his focus started slipping, his attention more and more consumed by his own thoughts as the day wore on. His state was only exacerbated when he stopped by the nurse's office to have his bandages replaced and his scar tissue healed, recovery girl's Quirk leaving him yawning. It came to a head when he wandered into the cafeteria at 20% awareness, and somehow managed to trip and smash his face into the linoleum tile. Luckily, he'd managed to avoid both breaking his nose and exacerbating his wound, so he considered it an optimal outcome. He clung to his packed lunch while ignoring the ache in his cheekbone, and snatched up as many condiment packets from the lunch line as he was comfortable with taking. The table he'd been invited to the day before had already been populated, Kirishima's red hair a dead giveaway and Tokoyami's dark sheen a pleasant surprise. He scurried his way over, apologizing under his breath to anyone he accidentally bumped into, and slid sheepishly into the seat next to Uraraka. Hey guys. Uraraka and Kirishima both responded immediately, so overflowing with good vibes that his eyes watered. Even Tokoyami spoke up, a slightly stilted greetings that struck Izuku's heart, the sincere effort behind it twisting in his chest. However, the simple nod Ida graced him with threw a darker shade over his mood. He quirked his lips into as warm a smile as he could muster, attempting to help the taller boy relax. It faltered a little when he received no outward reaction, but the beginning of a conversation swept his concerns aside for the moment. "Glad to see you made it through the lunchroom jungle, Midoriya." Kirishima's boisterous tone rang out, Uraraka giggling into her lunch. Uraraka and I had just coaxed Tokoyami into speaking full sentences. "Quite the untruth, Kirishima. As I recall, you both assaulted me with inquiries until I had no choice but to appease you." Tokoyami's tone was difficult for Izuku to read, but he couldn't really detect any actual annoyance. Uraraka spoke up over Kirishima's easy, same difference, her eyes wide with excitement. "Yeah, he was telling us about his favorite bands. He's super into the ones where they have the really neat outfits, visual K." She questioned, receiving a brief nod from Tokoyami. "Yeah, that stuff. And, you also said you were into. What was it again?" Post-industrial dark ambient soundscapes, Tokoyami intoned deeply. To be lost amidst a conflagration of noise, the raw utterance of grinding metal and emptiness of a civilization long abandoned and be made commiserate of the ashes left behind, it creates a resonance deep within me that I cannot ignore. A long moment of silence followed Tokoyami's impassioned words, Uraraka's lips parted in shock and Izuku's eyes blown wide, before Kirishima hooped and roughly patted Tokoyami on the back. "Holy crap, man, that is so freaking manly." He seemed entirely oblivious to the outcome of his actions, which involved Tokoyami wheezing to recover the breath that had been knocked out of him. "That really does sound cool, Tokoyami," Izuku shyly spoke up, his hands busy preparing his lunch to his preferred specifications. "And maybe you could recommend some albums? I am usually more into, movie soundtracks? Because a lot of the time they're really heroic sounding, I guess? And it's pretty inspiring too." "Listen." Izuku trailed off when he realized there were 3 pairs of eyes staring intently at his hands. He glanced down, pausing in the tearing open and applying of his 5th hot sauce packet. What's wrong?" "Wow, Izuku, that's a crazy amount of hot sauce. How can you stand to eat food like that?" Uraraka questioned loudly, her focus flickering between his worried gaze and his spice-laden lunch. "Yeah, that's kind of a lot, man. Even for me," Kirishima piped up, his expression a strange mixture of astonishment and nausea. I just dash." Izuku shrank down in his seat, half wondering if he could get away with just hiding underneath the table. I'm not really a big eater. And not that I don't eat, it's just sometimes I have trouble concentrating on what I'm doing, especially eating, and I'll just stop halfway through because I'm thinking about something else. But if I make my food really spicy, it burns my tongue so that I don't forget to actually, finish eating it." He flashed a nervous smile, the expression an absolute disaster of teeth and lips. "Hey, whatever works for you, man." Kirishima offered a reassuring smile in return, something infinitely more complete and put together than the mess Izuku had to work with. "I gotta say though, you must have an iron stomach to dash." The rest of his words were cut off by a loud, piercing note that ripped through the cafeteria, loud enough to drown out the resulting outcry of shock. It blipped out after a moment, leaving a shocked silence in its wake. "Geez, that was so loud," Uraraka complained, futilely rubbing at her ear. "What the heck was that anyway?" "It didn't come from the loudspeakers," Ida began, speaking for the first time since Izuku had sat down. "Most likely it was the school's alarm system. Perhaps they're performing maintenance and activated it by mistake." "Why yeah, probably just a malfunction," Izuku hesitantly agreed, voice soft and his thrumming desire to speak with Ida buzzing just under the surface. "Why would they be working on it during school hours, though? Could he at least crank the volume down?" Kirishima's gaze rested on Midoriya's half-eaten chicken katsudon, mentally weighing the pros and cons of enduring what looked like half a liter of hot sauce. "It most likely has to do with those soulless barbarians treading upon our gates," Tokoyami began, seemingly oblivious to both the shadowy claws reaching up from under his side of the table and Izuku's reaction to them, which consisted of him jumping so high in his seat that he banged his knees on the underside of the table. "Like vultures they circle," stalking the lame and the weak so that they might feast while the flesh is yet warm. He leveled a glare in roughly the same direction as the school's front gates, which required him to twist around in his seat. He offered no comment on the claws playing with his chopsticks. The loudspeakers crackled to life a moment later, Principal Nedza's unflinchingly jubilant voice pouring through a moment later. "Attention, students! It's me, your beloved principal. I just wanted to reassure you all that the noise you heard was a malfunction that resulted from routine maintenance on our security systems. Sorry about that. Now, all of you feel free to resume your lunches." Izuku blinked when Tokoyami's chopsticks clattered to the table, the inky hands that had been manipulating them having vanished while he was distracted. "Not the only one that saw that, right?" "Saw what?" Tokoyami turned away from his glaring to catch sight of his misplaced utensils. "Oh yes, worry not. That was merely dark shadow. It is quite mischievous when the mood strikes it. I imagine it is pent up at the moment, considering I haven't had a reason to draw forth its power yet today." A question formed on the tip of Izuku's tongue, and he forced himself to swallow it back. He, as nice as everyone was, he couldn't reveal the extent of his quirk to them. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But Tokoyami's words stuck with him, revolving in slow, meandering circles. If he could relieve his own quirk just by using it. Kirishima mulled over the information for a moment, before a wide grin slid across his face. "Mischievous, huh? Hey Tokoyami, you think Dark Shadow would be up for helpin', with pranks and stuff?" Tokoyami scoffed, folding his arms across his chest. "What a trite inquiry. I will have no part in something as juvenile as practical jokes." He started when a shadowy limb emerged from the space just underneath his folded arms, the roiling darkness shifting to form a giant thumbs up. Kirishima's face brightened like the sun, and Tokoyami muttered something about asinine shenanigans under his breath as Dark Shadow retreated. Izuku hid a smile behind his palm, Uraraka giggling unashamedly beside him. The brief levity was dampened, however, by the brush of gauze against his fingers and Ida's subdued demeanor. All he had to do was wait after class, and he could make things better. Izuku filed back into 1A's classroom once lunch ended, his gaze drawn thoughtfully towards his sticker-laden shoes. Some of them were peeling. He'd have to buy more to replace them. Maybe he could look into something small to make a bit of extra money, so he wouldn't feel bad about wasting his mother's money just to hide his own insecurity. He was so lost in his own slowly darkening thoughts that he didn't realize Mr. Aizawa was standing by the door until an envelope was slipped into his lax grip. He flinched in shock, head snapping up to meet his teacher's half-lidded gaze. Mr. Aizawa said nothing to him directly, only turning to stalk closer to his desk and turn his exhausted gaze on the class. "Midoriya and Ishido, you're swapping desks. Don't whine about it, because it won't change anything." He barely even waited for them to move before he continued speaking, his voice an apathetic drone. "Also, All Might couldn't make it in today, so your hero studies class has been cancelled. You'll get an optional study PRD instead." A chorus of groans rang out, and his lips pulled into a half-hearted scowl. "Don't complain to me, complain to All Might when he actually bothers to show up." Izuku slunk across the classroom while Mr. Aizawa continued to speak, offering a weak grin and a one-shouldered shrug to Ishido when he passed her. She merely wiggled her fingers in greeting, seemingly not too concerned with her new seat behind Bakugu's empty desk. He tore his gaze away from the empty desk, focusing instead on the envelope Mr. Aizawa had slipped him. It was completely plain and a little bit crumpled, with "Don't open until after class" marked on the front in slanted handwriting. He frowned down at it, as equally curious as to the contents as he was dreading them, but he would follow the directions given to him. "Need to choose a class rep. I don't care who it is or how you do it, as long as it's done quick." Mr. Aizawa circled around behind his desk, the ends of his scarf trailing behind him. "And keep the noise to a minimum." He fell like a rock the moment after, disappearing underneath his desk to insulate himself from the buzz of excited chatter. Izuku clutched the letter against his leg, thumb rubbing gently across the side of it that was unmarked. He was aching to know what was inside, a minuscule part of him bleeding delusional hope like a lesion. He squeezed his eyes shut, attempting to forcibly convince himself that it probably wasn't even anything super important. It shouldn't have caused his chest to tighten, his eyes to water, his being pulled apart into threads at the mere thought of what he hoped it might be. Whispers of static curled around his head, breaching the blessed silence he had finally achieved. He choked down a whimper, twisting his free hand in the fabric of his pant leg. A call of his name ripped him out of his decline, eyes blinking away starbursts to focus on Ida, standing impassively in front of his desk. "We need your vote before we can finish the election for class representative, Midoriya." Ida presented him with a sheet of paper and a pen, his gaze distant and his voice subdued. It as much as Izuku imagined how someone could feel snubbed by the cold behavior, it merely deepened the chasm in his heart. Just a little longer, and he could do something. He marked a tally next to Ida's name on the makeshift ballot, handing both it and the pen back with a taped-together smile. Ida made eye contact in the brief moment the items exchanged hands, and he looked stricken before he hurried off. Probably guilt over the bandages, Izuku surmised gloomily. He zoned out for another few minutes, chastising himself over a half-remembered thought to text his mother earlier. He desperately wanted something more tangible to bring life back into his colorless visage, but he still recognized how embarrassing it would be to ask his mother to help him paint his nails. He could always look up tutorials online, but that didn't exactly help him with acquiring the necessary materials. "Midoriya, pay attention." Izuku snapped up in his seat so hard that he fell out of it, scrambling to catch himself before he smacked his face off the tile for the second time that day. He straightened to his feet when Mr. Aizawa's glare intensified, trembling under the force of it. He could see Yaoyorozu standing by the blackboard, her expression one of barely contained suffering. He froze at the sight of the blackboard itself, listing the names of every student in the class. Every name was ordered by the number of votes they had received, a chunk of them containing either 1 or 0 votes, before he saw Yaoyorozu's name with 2, and his own with 4. "I'm having a nightmare, right?" His voice was faint, so wrought with tremors that it felt like his vocal cords would come loose. Nightmare, position of authority, they boiled down to a common theme, Mr. Aizawa muttered, jerking his head in a motion that sent Izuku scrambling towards the front of the room. The majority of his classmates eyed him with mild envy or annoyance, excluding those he'd already connected with. Kirishima grinned encouragingly, flashing an incredibly unsubtle wink. "Midoriya, your class rep. Yaoyorozu is your deputy. Your first official duty Mr. Aizawa paused, allowing the bell to stop ringing, is to get out of here. Class is dismissed." Izuku bolted the moment he could, which was a few moments after over half the class had already filed out. The weight of the letter in his pocket and the responsibility suddenly hanging from his shoulders made him unsteady on his feet. But he was desperate to make it outside, to make some part of what had happened okay, to make it so that Ida could look him in the eye again. The sight of a broad back walking swiftly down the school's main path spurred him into action, his feet acting of their own will and his voice rising in a shout. "Ida, wait!" Katsuki Bakugu stomped down the sidewalk towards UA's campus like a squall of rolling thunder. It was barely 6 in the morning and he wanted nothing more than to lock himself in his bedroom and stare at his phone. Unfortunately, the crackpot fuckhead psychiatrist his parents had forced him to see the day before, right after he was done being chewed out by ugly rodent, unkempt Beatli, and All Might himself, had suggested he write an apology letter to him and leave it with his teacher to deliver. The dipshit doctor said something about how he needed to begin paving the way to closure for his regrets, so that he could move on to healing earlier wounds or some other bullshit. At least when he was outside, he couldn't think about what had happened, Katsuki reflected bitterly. Sleeping had been nearly impossible, scenes of bloody teeth and vaporized flesh and pupils like black holes flashing behind his closed eyelids. His lacking sleep only compounded his anger and frustration, and his psychiatrist's patronizing tone when they spoke still infuriated him. Of course he understood that what he did was wrong. Of course he understood the gravity of his mistake. Of course he got it. Of course. The moment when he truly proved himself to be stronger than Deku would be the moment when everything came crashing down around him. It figured that his triumph over that idiot loser's secret quirk, hidden, He'd hidden it for 10 years and Katsuki was too stupid to figure it out, to realize Deku had been lying through his FNG teeth the whole time, had blown up so spectacularly in both of their faces. His parents had done a total role reversal in the principal's office. His hothead mother had been cold and disappointed, and his normally soft-spoken father had been barely able to stop raising his voice every few words. He wasn't supposed to care what they thought, but every word they spoke had served to bury him further and further in the blasted mud of his mistake. His goals had been so close to slipping away, lost forever because he was too much of a raging a-hole to not f everything up for himself the first chance he got. A week's suspension and mandatory anger management therapy every day was the closest thing to a lucky break he'd get, he supposed. Obviously that did nothing to repair his surely destroyed reputation at UA. He didn't care if people hated him, but if they actively worked against him, it would be a problem. He couldn't have a bunch of self-righteous BSTRDs trying to undermine his last chance. And then there was the giant, green-eyed problem that he'd had for a decade, blown up to unreal proportions in the span of a few days. How the F could anyone ever expect him to look that F in the face after he'd blown it open, hysterical with fear and barely aware of how much force he was putting behind his quirk, and just act normal? He'd always been careful, always been controlled, but his blunder proved how simple it was to have all that practice come undone. He'd been scared, so he lashed out. Just like he did every single goddamn time he'd ever been unsure. It made sense, Katsuki reflected with a sour taste in his mouth, that the only people who didn't think he was stupid were the ones that saw his test scores. His fingers twitched with the urge to crumple the letter in his hand and blow it into paper scraps, but the brief satisfaction it'd provide him wouldn't be worth the hour-long lecture in his next session. He snorted under his breath and refocused on getting to the shitty school in time. When he was bowled over, another body colliding with him and sending him stumbling to the ground. F-. He growled when he slammed his elbow against the hard pavement, his letter and his student ID spilling out of his grip. He twisted to his feet, furious gaze resting on a pair of opaque sunglasses, belonging to a man over a foot taller than him. "Watch where you're going," Katsuki snarled, forcing himself not to scream in the middle of the street. Sorry about that, kid. Must have had my head in the clouds." The man was dressed like a shitty cliché tourist, in a hideous pink and orange shirt covered in flowers, along with khaki shorts, sandals, and a poorly made straw hat. His Japanese was flawless, however, with no hint of an accent, so Katsuki had to assume he was just a FING idiot that didn't know how to dress himself. The man reached down to scoop up Katsuki's letter and ID, barely even glancing at them before he handed them over with a wide grin. "Yeah? You're pretty lucky, kid. Be sure to put in some great hero work for us when you graduate." He tilted his head as if winking, the motion lost behind his sunglasses. Snarling under his breath, Katsuki shoved his items in his baggy jeans pocket, fighting the urge to insult the man for how FING atrocious his outfit and his shitty cheerful attitude were. "Whatever," he muttered, giving the man a wide berth, and ignoring the part of him that demanded he slam into the shoulder of someone both taller and weightier than him just to prove his worth, and he realized that it made no sense because the whole FNG crux of the issue was that he'd fallen over from colliding with the a-hole, but the urge was still strong, and continuing on his way. He could hear the man walking off in the other direction, replaying the incident in his head. He half wondered if the guy was some lesser-known pro-hero, which would explain his stupid outfit. And Katsuki could have sworn he'd heard a camera shutter click shut, the noise sticking irritatingly in his head, but he dismissed it. Probably just some idiot on the other side of the street taking selfies. Katsuki resumed thundering towards the UA campus, giving the brief collision no further thought. "Ida, wait." Midoriya's voice rang out with a desperate edge, the sound of it convincing Tenya Ida to halt in his hurried departure. He slowly pulled in a deep breath, holding it for several moments before calmly releasing. He waited until he could hear clomping sneakers stop just a few feet behind him before he turned around, face set in a rigid smile. "Hello, Midoriya. Did you need something?" It hurt to sound so neutral and impersonal and dispassionate, but if he let anything through the cracks, the whole wall would crumble down. He just needed more time to process things, but apparently the source of his troubles would have none of it. He met Tenya's gaze head-on, dull green eyes shimmering with tears. But there was no fear within them, only a deeply rooted determination. Weiss, I need to apologize to you. Tenya's posture went stiff, and he utilized Midoriya's momentary lull to interject and hopefully give himself some breathing room. If this is about the election for class representative, you have nothing to worry about. You won fair and square, after all. No hard feelings. That's not what I meant, Ida. And I know you know that. Tenya fell back a step, briefly shocked by the sheer volume coming from his soft-spoken classmate. He opened his mouth to try and carve some other avenue. I don't blame you, Ida. I promise. Midoriya continued, stonewalling any chance Tenya had of changing the topic of conversation. I don't blame anyone for what happened, so please don't feel responsible. I'm afraid I'm unsure of what you mean, Tenya blurted, words barely reviewed because he knew what was coming, and he was too much of a coward to face it. Uraraka told me you might be feeling guilty, Midoriya murmured, tugging anxiously on his poorly knotted uniform tie. Tenya had the brief impulse to show him how to tie it properly. And you shouldn't. Why, you did everything you could to help me, and that means so much to me. Why, you don't even know dash. And that was enough. The chisel of Izuku Midoriya's meek, tearful kindness fractured the flimsy wall of indifference he'd hastily propped up, and allowed everything to spill free in an instant. But I didn't do everything I could. Tenya's voice rose until it was nearly a yell, hands stiff and curled into fists at his side. I barely did anything. You, my classmate, were grievously injured and all I could do was just sit there. I could barely move, because I was so frightened. Those are not the qualities a hero should possess. I was worse than ill-prepared. I was completely ignorant of what to do, and that is unacceptable. Tenya was only made aware of the fact that he'd been gesturing along with his outburst when his hands fell limply to his sides, his chest heaving with the emotion he'd attempted to suppress. He remembered himself the moment he refocused on the shocked expression Midoriya wore. He immediately fell into a perfect 90-degree bow, shaking with the effort to hold it. My apologies, Midoriya. That was uncalled for. He started at the press of a hand to his shoulder, straightening up from the bow to find Midoriya had closed the majority of the distance between them. His eyes were glossy again, tears tracking down the uninjured side of his face. Ida. Thank you for being open with me. I know it has to hurt, wanting to help someone and not being able to do more for them. Maybe why you're right. Maybe a pro-hero would have known what to do. But you're not a pro-hero yet, Ida. And that's okay. We're all here because we want to learn how to help, alright? Tenya nodded slowly when Midoriya pinned him with a patient stare, and was rewarded with a half-smile. Then that means it's okay to not know what to do right away. We're all at UA to learn. But you'll never have the chance if you dwell on the fact that you didn't know already. A moment of silence passed, Tenya tenuously mulling over his classmate's words. It's okay, Ida. The fact that you were so determined to help that's what'll help you become a great hero. Tenya studied his classmate for a long moment, his lacking height and shy demeanor suddenly coming across as something more. He had certainly pinned Midoriya as someone with a kind heart, but to have that kindness open to him, Tenya pushed up his glasses with a hand, rubbing firmly under his eyes. Thank you, Midoriya. You've given me much to think about. And you have my sincerest remorse for how I've treated you today. You didn't deserve that coldness. It's okay, Midoriya mumbled, his smile crooked and his unadorned cheek dusted with color. I knew you weren't angry with me or anything. Especially after you helped me this morning. Thank you so much, by the way. Think nothing of it, my friend. After all, there was no possible way I could leave you to be harassed by those reporters. Tenya blinked when he realized he'd unconsciously begun striking a boastful pose, clearing his throat and straightening his posture. He steadfastly overlooked Midoriya's choked-back squeak of laughter. Also, should you require any aid with your new representational duties, I'd be more than happy to assist. The reminder of his new position made Midoriya balk to an almost comical degree, and Tenya had the strangest urge to smile. Why yeah, That'd be super helpful. Thanks, Ida. Why? You're a good friend. He offered a minuscule departing wave before turning to depart, leaving Tenya to stand and consider their conversation. I suppose you've opened an avenue I had never even considered once more, Midoriya, he stated to the empty air, expression contemplative. Welcome home, sweetheart. How was your day at school? You're back earlier than usual. Inko's voice rang cheerfully out. From the kitchen, greeting Izuku with a slight echo when he stepped into the apartment. He could already smell food cooking, he was pretty sure it was udon, and the warm, homey aroma almost cleared away his lingering anxiety. Our last class was cancelled kinda last minute, he replied absently, before he processed her actual question. It was. Interesting, he continued after a moment, slipping off his shoes and wiggling his cramped toes. And kinda overwhelming. I got voted to be class representative, somehow. Congratulations, sweetie, that sounds wonderful. You must have made a good impression on all your classmates. The barely contained joy in his mother's tone was nearly crippling, because he could scarcely remember the last time she had sounded so pleased. Izuku swallowed the knot of razors in his throat, carrying his shoes by the heels to his bedroom so that he could reapply his stickers. I guess so. It's kinda scary, though I have no idea what a class representative is supposed to do. Ida said he'd help me if I had any issues, at least. He nudged open the door to his room, setting his shoes inside and closing it behind him. Honestly, Ida seems like a much better suited candidate anyway. I'm sure he'd do a much better job. Izuku paused halfway down the hall, locking eyes with his mother from around the kitchen corner. She had that sad smile again, the one he was seeing more and more of. I think you'll make a wonderful class representative, sweetie. You got voted in for a reason, didn't you? Why, yeah. I'll just have to do my best, he mumbled to appease his mother, only half believing his own words. The sessions with Ms. Atsuko start on Monday, so I'll be getting home an hour later than usual. Inko flashed him a thumbs up, ducking back into the kitchen to attend to something bubbling noisily. I'm really glad you'll finally have someone to talk to, sweetie. I just wish. Izuku could feel her sigh in his bones, soft and dark and littered with holes. Either way, I'm hoping it can help you, Izuku. I'm sure you know that, as your mother, you can tell me anything, and I'll love you no matter what. But I understand how hard it can be to share certain things, even with people who care. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered, a thread of noise that wound through his teeth and hung in the air. And there were so many other things he could have said, so many lies he could have unraveled, so many wrongs he could have righted in a single moment. But his fear was all-powerful, a toxic miasma that shadowed his limbs and plagued every moment of his consciousness. And so all he could do was walk into the kitchen to hug his mother, and offer a smile pulled together by fraying wires. Why you meet with your book club tomorrow, right? What were you guys reading again? And it was fear, he imagined, that allowed him to carry on. It was his fear that pulled him through another night of falsities. And it was fear that forced him to place the unopened letter on his desk, its crisp edges burned into his vision until consciousness left him. Part of Izuku dearly wished that weekends would be completely abolished and done away with, just so that he wouldn't have the time to prolong his inevitable suffering. Saturday and Sunday had clung to the calendar with strings of adhesive, the slow pace of the days allowing him the perfect opportunity to overthink everything. He'd only been at UA for 3 days, but life felt strange and incomplete when he was away from it. It was such a departure from his previous quiet misery, a place of noise and color and life. He'd done everything he could to reconstruct that departure during the weekend. He spent nearly every waking hour outdoors, walking through parks and visiting his tiny, secluded beach. He ran errands for his mother, and tagged along with any errands she normally ran by herself. Izuku was too frightened to stay in his room for anything other than sleep, too afraid of the chance that his torment would seep through the walls and drown him when he'd only just tasted fresh air. The letter taunted him every time he walked past it, and he knew that if he tried to shove it out of sight, the temptation would be too powerful for him to resist. Izuku couldn't avoid it forever, of course. If the contents were what he imagined, and he was at least 98% certain they were, Then he'd be making his own promises meaningless, and his inaction would only further serve to hurt someone he cared about. He just needed to think. He just needed to wait until the right moment. He had to be prepared to see what lay in wait. He clung to that line of thinking as the weekend wore on, broken up only by his visits to UA's campus to have Recovery Girl check up on his scar. The tiniest of sensations returned with each healing session, and he'd somehow managed to avoid seeing his scar tissue in any of the myriad of reflective surfaces in the nurse's office. That could wait too. It could wait until he was ready. Though it was possible that all his quickly compounding fears had the potential to be shoved aside until he was emotionally stable enough to deal with them, the lengths he would have to go through to make that happen were entirely unrealistic. Without the luxury of infinite time to quantify and eliminate his problems, Izuku was left with the rest of Sunday evening to muster up the courage to remove his final set of bandages and read the letter on his desk. But instead of doing those things, Izuku spent the evening helping his mother cook dinner and having her assist him with painting his nails in return. Though he'd been sufficiently mortified upon requesting it, his mother had accepted with little fuss, perfectly pleased to have an excuse to spend more time with him. And that was how Izuku ended his weekend, swathed in the stink of nail polish and quickly mounting dread. Izuku Midoriya woke with a start, exhaustion clinging to him like iron chains. He glanced quickly around his bedroom with unfocused eyes, different parts of his brain at uneven levels of awareness. He gulped down a lungful of air, his throat dry and stinging with thirst. His need to use the bathroom became apparent the moment he shifted his legs under his covers, a whine of urgency slipping out. He shimmied out from under his bed covers, shivering as cold air nipped at the flesh exposed by his flimsy pajamas. He stumbled out of his bedroom, his upper body twisting to hold the All Might nameplate still so that it didn't bang against the door. One hand reached up to scrub at his eyes, half numbed by pins and needles from sleeping in an odd position. He shook out his wrist on his way into the bathroom, flicking on the secondary light over the shower so that the main ones didn't blind him. He relieved himself while only paying half attention, mind caught in cobwebs of fading dreams. Izuku had never really been much of a dreamer. Anything he remembered ended up murky and indistinct once he made it further into the day. Ironically, he'd never had a problem with nightmares, either. He'd half-rationalized it by figuring his quirks drawing forth of his fear took such a toll on him during his waking hours that his brain didn't have enough left to torment him when he was unconscious. A small blessing, Izuku mused, but he'd take what he could get. He fumbled to work the sink's faucet after flushing, washing his hands for longer than was absolutely necessary. He ducked down and awkwardly craned his neck to catch a few mouthfuls of water, just to relieve the uncomfortable ache in his throat. The ends of a few curls ended up moist, but he just flipped them out of the way and silently regarded himself in the mirror. The bandage over his right cheek was a sterile, pristine white, a beacon of light on his gloomy visage. Recovery Girl had told him that he didn't need it anymore, considering he was finally as healed as he was going to be. It was he couldn't bother her for more, just because he was insecure. It'd be rude. He steadfastly picked at the edges of medical tape with trembling fingers, his breath tightening into a bottleneck of anxiety. He pressed his tongue along the inside of his cheek, nerves coming to life under the soft pressure. It was okay, he reminded himself hysterically, his nerves were fine on the inside. It didn't matter if they worked on the outside or not. It was only a small part of his face. It was still him, he'd still be, he wouldn't look like a monster. The quiet boy from his class with multicolored hair, he had facial scars, and nobody made fun of him or pointed them out. It'd be okay, he'd be okay, everything would be. Izuku ripped the last of the tape free, unveiling the flesh that had been hidden from him. He slapped a hand over his mouth to stifle a loud sob, his other hand digging into the countertop so hard that his fingers were aching. It was larger than he'd hoped. A stretch of ragged skin, discolored a dull, sickening purple red that began just a finger's width above the corner of his lips, flared out to encompass the majority of his cheekbone. It encroached on his eye socket as well, on the border of where the bone structure became concave under his lower lid. It faded to a patchwork of smaller blotches near the far right of his jaw, a fainter red than the dark, angry mark that had become the entire focus of his face. Izuku stared numbly into the mirror, his wide eyes blank and unblinking. It was a strange dissonance from the pathetic noises escaping his throat, chest shuddering and trembling fingers muffling his horror. It was worse, so much worse than he'd hoped it would be. He removed his aching hand from the counter, fingers shaking so badly he was sure they'd just crumble, and pressed the pads of them to his scar. He couldn't feel anything in the side of his face, only the pressure feedback from inside his cheek. The skin itself was textured, reminding him more of melted candle wax and weather-worn bricks than his own face. If only he did have nightmares instead. If only Izuku could trade everything for a sleep that would never give him peace, would never let him feel refreshed and energized. Because at least nightmares weren't real. At least they couldn't haunt him under his skin and in his bones, a rattling terror that had physical form. His fear would live in him forever, would mark his torso with rigid red lines and disfigure his face with his own mistakes. He staggered out of the bathroom on uncooperative legs, fumbling to shut the door behind him. He barely had the focus to open his own bedroom door, the handle slick and icy against his wire-frame digits. It was only once he'd somehow locked the door behind him that he remembered the letter on his desk, crisp white surface distinct against his clutter. It'd be better to just get everything over with at once, right? It'd be like ripping off a bandage. A hysterical laugh pulled itself from Izuku's throat, echoing back at him as the cry of a wounded animal. He tore apart the exterior envelope, scraps left in a pile on his desk. It was hard to see through his tears, fingers slipping in their search for an edge of the folded paper he'd ripped free. He blinked away saline watercolors, pupils scanning the surface of the paper. It was written in massive, angry letters, pressed so hard into the page that the graphite had smudged in dark streaks. It wasn't signed, but it didn't need to be. There was no mistaking who had written it. "I'm sorry. You shouldn't forgive me." And that was enough. Izuku stared at furiously penned characters until his tears dotted the page, wet splotches making the material flimsy and transparent. He felt like he'd been transported to the bottom of the ocean, the weight of trillions of tons of water collapsing him inward with titanic force. It was like he'd been unfolded, his entire body carefully pulled apart at the seams and spread along until all his insides were showing. It was a scorching volcano, molten rock liquefying him until he was nothing but ashes on the wind. It was an injection of glass dust, splitting apart his veins and drowning him in blood from the inside out. It was too much. Ugly, misshapen sobs ripped out of Izuku's chest, malformed specters birthed from devastation. He collapsed back onto his bed, curling futilely in his sheets and hiding his face in his pillow. It was enough to muffle his despair, his remorse, his agony. It was all just too much, the endless downpour that drenched him with his own tears. All he wanted was his mother, to hold him and reassure him. All he wanted were his friends, to cheer him up and support him. All he wanted was to be strong, stronger than his living nightmare. But Izuku was alone in the dark. And so he curled in his bedding, pillowcase dampened by tears, and closed his eyes until the shadows closed around him. Izuku cracked open his eyes at the sound of his phone's alarm, a snippet of the opening theme to an All Might TV series that had only managed 2 seasons before being cancelled. From what he recalled, the main reason behind the cancellation was the fact that one of All Might's fights, versus Killamari, a villain that could sprout giant tentacles, had destroyed the studio. Also, it hadn't been very well written, and the guy playing All Might had never managed to properly emulate the hero's bangs. Izuku had watched his DVD of it so many times that the discs suffered laser burn. Izuku rolled bonelessly onto his side, watching with a fractured gaze as his phone's screen lit up his nightstand, as well as the ceiling above it. It was plugged in, which meant the alarm would continue indefinitely if he didn't stop it. After half a minute of contemplative silence, he managed to free an arm from where it had been half twisted under his chest and slapped his phone screen, the alarm silencing. The deafening quiet that followed was scarcely better. He rolled out of bed in stiff, half-hearted movements, his limbs fully cooperative but his will running on fumes. He peeled off his pajamas with one hand, throwing them into his hamper and missing by several feet. Izuku would have just left them there, but he knew his mother liked to tidy up his room when he wasn't home. He scooped them off the floor with the end of his foot, and flicked them halfway into the hamper. Good enough. Izuku pulled on his school uniform at 1/5 his normal speed, eyes drifting to rest on Kaken's letter every few moments. It was an aberration among the organized clutter of his desk space, impossible to ignore and impossible to forget. He tore his gaze away in favor of staring down at his tie, fingers twisting together in his failed effort to tie it. He was even worse at it than usual, frustration welling in the empty chest cavity he'd woken up with. He eventually just left it untied around his neck, trying to force back the prickle of frustrated tears. He cried again. It had all just come pouring out at once. He had to push the chunks together, had to stop himself from falling apart. Pain was temporary, it'd pass eventually, and leave him functional again. But his fear was forever, twisting and manipulating him into giving his pain more time to fester. Izuku wondered what was worse, being ignorant of the reasons for his illogical and erratic emotional state, or being completely aware and unable to do anything about it. Sometimes he wished he didn't know better. Likely, the grass just looked greener. Izuku shuffled quietly into the bathroom, hearing the telltale audio cues that meant his mother was awake and likely cooking breakfast. He locked the door behind him with a soft click, making a rote effort to complete his morning routine. He brushed his teeth with the bare minimum effort, and had to retrieve his toothbrush after putting it away because he'd forgotten to rinse it off. He tugged futilely at his wild curls with a hairbrush, prickles of pain emanating from his scalp with each inelegant motion. His fingers shook when he put in his clips, uneven and out of order. And the entire time, all he could see was the scar on his face. It made the rest of him look drained, skin pale and sickly around the nauseating red disfigurement. He looked like something that was ready to be buried. He ran the water in the sink until it was piping hot, splashing handfuls on himself to try and give the illusion of life. The end result just made him look like he'd spent too long in a hot shower. The sound of knuckles on wood dragged him partially from his daze, his mother's voice ringing out from behind the door. "Izuku, breakfast is ready. You should come eat soon so you won't be late." "I'll be out in a second," Izuku called back, his voice cracking halfway through the first word. He made one last desperate effort to knot his tie, hands too unsteady to do anything useful with. It ended up looking even worse than usual, but at least it wasn't completely loose. He fumbled with the lock on the bathroom door, spilling out into the hallway and nearly tripping over his own feet on his way to the kitchen. "Good morning, sweetie." His mother chimed, her back still turned as she dished out breakfast. "I sent in your field trip permission slip for the year, so don't worry about having to get anything signed last minute. I also talked to Ms. Atsuko on the phone to confirm your sessions. She seems very sweet. I'm sure you'll have an easy time talking dash." She paused the moment Izuku was within her field of view, silent for only a moment. Her lack of reaction was easily readable, her tiny micro-adjustments to relax her posture and the brief shimmer in her eyes blaring at Izuku like neon signs. "Oh, Izuku, honey, what did you do with your hair? You usually make it look so neat in the morning." She turned to set down her armful of breakfast dishes, bustling over to usher Izuku into his seat. "You eat breakfast and I'll grab a brush. We've got to make sure you look handsome for all your friends, right?" She patted his cheek, unflinching when she came in contact with molted scar tissue, and turned to go retrieve a hairbrush. Izuku stared after his mother, his heart thumping a bittersweet rhythm. A few tears escaped his notice, slipping down his face and dripping onto the tabletop. The smile on his face grew without his say-so, twitching with sincerity and adoration. "Thank you, Mom," he whispered, something small and warm buzzing in the inky depths within his chest.